find it pairs well with food.
Jeff, I've had cooked fish in sauce before, but this is special.
And served with rice.
Thanks. It's my mother's recipe. She was from the old country, Florida.
We thought it would be nice to have you guys over for a dinner party.
After all, you two have hosted us for several thousand meals.
We were nothing like this when we were first newlyweds.
It's true. I had to reform your mother's party girl ways.
That's not how it was. Your father was hopeless when I met him. The house had no furniture. He used a sock for underwear, and for a napkin, he used whichever sock he wasn't using as underwear.
Well, I wasn't exactly hopeless. Young CIA agent in my prime. I was a physical specimen. Firm chest, chestnut buttocks, and my penis, a muscled servant ready to obey my every command.
Dad!
I'm sorry, Haley, but these are facts. Francine was lucky she locked me down when she did.
That's not what you said at the time. Remember the night of the placemats conversation?
Of course. That was the night I won the big argument.
I won the argument, Stan. The sweet man I married admitted I was right. We should have placemats.
Please, I remember exactly how it happened. We were in the living room.
Show me. Show me exactly. Maybe that'll jog your thick memory.
Was it my food?
Did you have to serve your mom's Florida cursed fish with argument sauce?
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA. This was you. I'm lucky to have a guy like you, Stan. Thanks for putting up with me even when I'm being ridiculous.
No. It was more like, Francine, I've got a lot to learn, but you're the best thing in my life and I just want to make you happy.
That does not sound like me.
I remember it exactly. You were standing right over there.
You know what? There's a simple way to settle this. Time travel.
Oh, I wish I had a time machine right now, so I could fast forward to when we get to the CIA's time machine, and I'm proven right.
Francine, it's like a 9-second drive.
Can't believe Haley and Jeff are having a dinner party the same night as mine.
You could have invited them anyway.
No, they bring nothing to the conversation. They're zeros.
Is anyone else even coming to this party?
Of course! Jurgen, Danuta, my various boys. Roger even RSVP'd maybe.
Where is everybody?
They're coming! They're just running late. Traffic is solid orange.
Well, I'm starving. I'm digging into whatever these fried balls are. Ugh, Klaus, what is in this?
Skittles. Blue package.
No.
Do you always park here?
Yeah, I did it once and it just kind of became my thing. I got the machine. You know, it's interesting. We've had the tech for years, but Bullock insisted we keep refining it till it was small enough to fit in a chimpanzee's asshole.
Why?
That's how big he wants everything.
So, where's the machine?
It's in my butt.
Does it have to be there to work?
I guess not.
Did you?
Yeah, I watched it, yeah. So, the argument happened the night when Rachel on Friends turned 30.
At least we can agree on that.
Thursday nights back then, we'd go over to Tuttle's.
He's our oldest friend. We'd watch Friends, Inside Schwartz, then we'd change the channel to watch Temptation Island until Tuttle would say he was too horny and the show was making him uncomfortable.
Then we'd change the channel to ER, calm him down, and go home. Now, if we're traveling in time, we can't let our younger selves see us. We could really mess up the time stream, create alternate futures, that kind of thing. The president is a dinosaur, there's no Sinbad.
In that case, I would hope President Brontosaurus would appoint a new Sinbad.
So, we go upstairs, beam to that very night, right after ER ends, wait for our young selves to come in, watch the argument, figure out who's right, and then jump back to the future for the apologies and the apology cake.
Apology cake?
Oh, you'll be baking one. The cake can be any flavor. The point's more the humiliation.
Oh, you're gonna be the one humiliated, Stan. Fire that thing up and let's go.
Wow, remember this? That poster was so cool. Never saw the film.
Shh, I hear ourselves. Should we find a better place to hide?
There's no Time. Wow, I just love that show. Imagine having 5 friends.
You have friends, Stan.
I have 3. Dick and Sanders. Tuttle. And, well, I also have my best friend. You, Francine. You know, I noticed Tuttle's placemats. I used to think they were just for show-offs. Now I see they're an important part of crumb management. You were right, Francine. We should buy some placemats.
Stan. I already did.
Hey, roomies. What are you spying on?
Oh, right. Our roommate, Radica. She was always doing laundry at the most inconvenient times.
Could this be any worse? Let's all put our guns away. We're you from the future. We travel in time and did everything perfectly. Except we forgot about Radica, the tenant who used to rent what's now Steve and Haley's rooms.
Who are Steve and Haley? Who's this old lady? Please, honey. We look basically exactly the same. Also, that hair doesn't work for you the way you think it does. Shoot him, Stan! Shoot him!
Hang on. Nobody needs to shoot anybody. We time traveled here from the future using CIA technology to settle an argument. Francine, I died to protect you, but this guy's story checks out. Radica, all this is kind of an American thing you wouldn't understand.
I'm from Ohio.
Do I need to kill Radica?
No, it's okay. Radica, does this honestly seem like something you want to be involved with?
Bye, Radica. You know, I always had a little thing for Radica.
So, you two came back in time to settle an argument? And great news, I, and therefore you, were right. Of course we were. We're freaking Francine.
Maybe you were right on the details and the facts, but bigger picture, I couldn't be more right. Look at this fine chunk of man flesh. You were lucky to lock this down, Francine.
Excuse me? This ain't exactly nothing. Yeah, show her, Francine. Stan, look at that fine ass and apologize.
You want me to look at it?
At least enough to be polite. As long as you guys are here, shall we rip a picture of Franny's crazy Ritas? They're called crazy because I put so much alcohol and pills in them. Girl, I was you, I remember you, and I love you.
Feel how firm this couch is. You need to savor this. Over the years, it gets kind of old and worked in. A lot of things get kind of old and worked in.
Excuse me? You know what, Stan? As long as I'm back here, I'm gonna go to Buckaroo's Pizza one last time. Appreciate that place. It's about to close. Oh no! What happens to Martino? If I know. When I get back, Stan, I hope you're ready to apologize.
Me too. Dude, you're not going to accompany your lady? Nah, I'm going to sit here and enjoy the former firmness of the couch. And maybe play some Jurassic Park pinball. Great game. Never saw the movie.
Roger, Klaus is losing it. No one's coming to his party.
I'm paralyzed. Because he's Klaus, I know no one else will show up. So that means I don't have to come in a persona. I can come as myself. But who is that, Steve? What does that mean? I don't know how Roger dresses. I don't know how Roger acts. I don't know Roger.
Roger, we can do this. Because you know who this is? This vulnerable guy I'm talking to? That's Roger.
Roger's bald?
So I don't know if you're allowed, but can you tell me anything about the future?
Oh, you've got lots of stuff to look forward to. We go to Korea to investigate rumors of a reinvented Noah's Ark. You bring James Garfield back to life. You become a horse briefly. There's a salt mine in our backyard.
Do we have any kids?
Oh, yeah. We also have a talking fish named Klaus. And an alien named Roger lives with us. There's a koala named Reginald for a while. Forget what happens to him. And then there's Rogu, who kind of came off of Roger.
So, Rogu is Roger's baby?
Not in the traditional sense, but he does breastfeed him. So, I gotta say, I'm kind of liking the sloppy older thing you got going on, old Stan.
Oh, yeah?
There's no term for this, but I've always been into the bods of dads.
Dad bod.
Oh my God, that's so funny! You're so funny! You are a dad, aren't you? Did you knock me up, Stan?
I sure did. We have a daughter, Haley, and...
Don't tell me their names. I don't want to hear the names. Just tell me you knocked me up real good.
Maybe you shouldn't get so close. Old Francine's already pretty mad at me. She'll be even madder if she heard me call her Old Francine.
Well, that better be our little secret then. Maybe we should have other secrets. We could even get Radica in the mix. Fully clothed and completely off limits to you, of course, but she'd be in the mix.
Francine, I know all I ever talk about is how I'm gonna kill Osama bin Laden, but I'm also full of a lot of love. And just as much as I want to kill him, I love you. Whatever I did that you're mad at me about in the future, I apologize. You were right, and I'm sorry.
You're gonna have a great life. Enjoy every second of it. Is that Radica? Get in here, girl. What the? I should have known. You! How could I not see that coming? You pulled a classic separation move on me. I taught us that. To use against others. We never made that deal. Share your man.
Are you mad about this? Me? Not really. I mean, if you're me, then I'm about to have sex for the 8th time.
That's a healthy attitude. Want to come over here and give me a double extra good time standing? See if you can make your wangs meet in the middle. Staniel, may I see you in the kitchen?
Which one of...
You! I can't believe you! Cheating on me the first second you get a chance?
Yeah, but cheating on you with you. That's romantic. I have an idea. What if both Francines cool off with a hot, steamy shower?
You know what? If you love the past so much, you can stay here until you've learned your lesson. Why don't you keep them if you want them so much, young me? I'm going back to the present.
Wait, Francine, you can't leave two Stans here in one timeline. What if we kiss and can't stop kissing?
Fine. I'm taking the Stan I like better. Goodbye, Stan.
Okay, all right, no problem. I still have you in your prime. Now, where were we?
Actually, some of the stuff old me was saying sounded kind of bad.
Don't listen to her, she's crazy.
She's me!
I meant crazy in a cool way. Cool runnings. Is that from now?
I'd be pretty mad if you slept with 20 years ago me.
She'd be 8.
Exactly, you perv. I'm gonna crash at Trish's until I find my own place. Good luck, Stan.
Santa? Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. S, you decided to return for hookah, figs, and apricot brandy.
Haley, your father and I went back in time to settle our argument. But then your dad acted like a jackass, so I left him back there and gave myself an upgrade. Meet your new dad, young dad.
Whoa!
Hi. You're my daughter?
You mess with the time stream? I feel myself fading away!
Jeff, that doesn't make sense. Dad's not your dad. But how come I still exist?
You're already conceived somewhere back there.
In that case, I'm good. Nice to meet you, young dad. What's your favorite band?
Ty, Evanescence and Wheatus.
We're gonna be all right.
Now, because we did mess up time, I'm not sure if Steve will still be here, which means you'll have to be the one who remembers the Wi-Fi password. Steve, this is a young version of your dad. He'll be your new father.
Wait, does this mean I won't exist?
Either we'll eventually conceive you, or you'll start to fade away into non-existence as time changes.
Well, at least that would get me out of Klaus's dinner party.
Who's Klaus again?
Don't worry about Klaus. Klaus is nobody.
Well, young dad, allow me to introduce you to Roger.
Hi, I'm Roger. Stan, you're gonna meet me in Utah about 12 years ago. My past, your future. We made a beautiful sound together.
Was that a space alien?
Who could that be?
Another handoff for Miller.
Oh, hey, Radica. Sorry it's a little messy in here. I'm just going hog on the bachelor lifestyle.
So, it's looking like Francine's not coming back, huh? What's it been, like 2 months?
2 months, 6 days. Yep, don't think she's coming. But it's cool. I'm enjoying all this. Plus, I'm about to win big gambling. I know the Cincinnati Bagels win the Super Bowl one of these years.
The Bengals?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I'm sure you'll find someone else. You're a catch, Stan.
Thanks. But it's just so hard to meet new people, Radica.
You're telling me.
Throwing another flip, flips it downfield, knocked away.
Somewhere inside me, I think I always knew this was right.
Me too, Stan. There's so much I love about you. And the things I don't love, I know I can fix.
Because you don't need placemats. Why would we have something we don't need?
Why did I think this was a good idea? My mother warned me. Why did I marry an old CIA agent who spent all of our savings betting on the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl?
They win one of these years, I swear. I remember tears of joy on Carson Palmer's face. He was kissing his little boy.
This isn't working out, Stan.
Fine.
Fine!
Maybe I messed up when I lost Francine. Maybe she was the best thing that ever happened to me. No. I'm fine. I'm still a cool single guy. You know, I always regretted never doing a year as a ski bum. Maybe I'll try that.
So, are you interested in buying this one, or...?
Nah, motorcycles aren't for me. Way too dangerous. Cool, you're all set. Have a great day on the mountain.
Justin, Marlo, Justin! I didn't buy you two $400 Helly Hansen jackets so you could just sit in the lodge. Let's move!
Roger?
You're confused. I'm Dr. Steele Birchington, Houston cardiac surgeon. I've put in over 600 stents. Justin, stay in line.
No, Roger, it's me, Stan. You don't know me yet, or maybe we never met, but God, it's so good to see a friend.
What are you talking about? You know what? What'd you say your name is? Stan? I'm ready for a change. What's your thing, old man? You're too old to be a ski bum.
Yeah, I was thinking about starting a coffee shop. Maybe learn guitar?
I'm in. Goodbye, kids. Tell your mother I was sleeping with Paolo from photography class.
Gonna take some time to do the things we never had.
Stan, we're locking in on a sound here. We could be a credible Toto cover band.
No, this isn't right. We're sounding better than ever, but nothing feels right. I blew it when I lost Francine.
What are you talking about? You've got Amanda now.
It's not the same. I've been going through life with nothing to keep me company but regret.
Okay.
Is there any way to fix my life? And so, I waited until now, Francine. Life was so dreary without you. Sure, I got to witness the 2008 Olympic opening ceremonies again. Incredible, Francine, the precision. But it wasn't worth it. Life without you was hollow. I had years to think on it. I realized that maybe, just maybe, if I could wait until tonight, the very night when we went back in time because of my stupid pride, maybe there'd be a chance to salvage some of my life.
So you relived the last 20 years?
Not quite. Young Francine left me. She married Principal Lewis.
Ooh, nice.
And she had this great group of girlfriends, too. If one of them needed something, the other ones were, like, always there. They were, like, closer than sisters. There was some drama when Lillian was getting married again, and it was like, does she deserve a second bachelorette?
No!
What's happening? I heard something, so I started shooting.
That's you!
This beautiful, special woman is yours now, young Stan. Don't make the mistake I did. Don't live your life full of regret.
Oh, Stan!
No, this isn't right. We can't let this happen to this pathetic old man.
Where are we going?
Back in time.
Guests! People came! And look at you, Roger. What outrageous persona are you presenting?
Klaus, I'd like you to meet Roger.
Hi, I'm Roger. I like baseball and musicals.
Nice to meet you, Roger.
I'm so sorry we're late, Klaus.
Traffic was solid orange.
I can't believe this. People came.
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is...
Demetrius Fitzpetio, chiropractor to the stars. Who am I?
Oh, I wish I had a time machine right now. so I could fast forward to when we get to the CIA's time machine, and I'm proven right.
Francine, it's like a 9-second drive. Ah!
Looking for this?
Don't do it, Stan. Let go of your pride. It's not worth losing Francine over.
Don't worry, sweetie. I'm you. We're doing great. You win the argument.
Appreciate what you have, Stan.
Do you know what that was about?
No. But you know what? Maybe we don't go back in time. I'm sure you were right. Whatever happened in the past, it brought us here.
That's right. And it's pretty nice, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Did you know Klaus was also having a dinner party tonight?
Motherfucker didn't invite us.
We could go back and ruin it.
Beats Jeff's figs. That's not dessert.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
It's not much, but it's healthier than what people ate in the 50s.
Steak and donut sandwich, please.
You want cigarettes on that sandwich?
What do I look like, a Mary? Yes, I want cigarette noise. What are you watching? Sorry, but you know the rules. Hannah can't do the photo shoot until Miley finishes her homework.
You can't tell Hannah what to do. She's not your daughter.
Wait, so Miley's my daughter, but Hannah isn't?
Right.
Great. Put your wig on. Shut up. This is real. Hey, if I'm starring in a production of Starlight Express, I want my whole family there. Starlight Express! 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 Starlight Express!
Tell me about when you were young, Grandpa.
Oh, Sonny, those were crazy times. My friends and I were out of control. We used to give each other wet willies and funny arms. We'd play dandy balls and legs a-spread and penis butt.
Sounds kind of gay, Grandpa.
It was gay. Everyone was. But back then, we were called pole fancies. It was real good old-fashioned grab the nearest tree and hold on for dear life gay. Not today's fancy featherbed thread count gay. People got hurt back then.
That's gay.
Yeah, it was pretty gay. I'll tell you, my life was so dominated by that baby. I'm glad she's gone.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta make a decision and go with it. Like when I decided to try that radical penis enlargement.
Peter, I don't think...
Brian, your objections are duly noted. Now hit the gas.
You know that would never work again in a million years.
Don't need it to, Brian.
Felicity has taken a bad turn. Like Mike Brady's first marriage.
Here's your beer, honey.
Huh. I don't remember asking for a warm beer.
Well, I didn't want to quit working. You made me.
You don't talk to me that way!
Alice, what did you see?
Enough to know I'm getting a raise.
We now return to how Henry Kissinger met your mother.
I was walking with my professor when I saw this woman who was in there and I couldn't feel out. Then I wanted to Kyle's admire. Can it one cancer and a Valentine's hour?
$5,000? I could get that cave for the front yard I've always wanted and then tell people not to go in there. Hey, you kids stay out of that cave. You don't know what's in there. Money well spent.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm sticking by this woman? I love her.
Well, careful, Brian. Sometimes the things you love can disappoint you, like that Playboy issue. Here we go. Playboy's Women of the Olympics. Wow, those are some broad shoulders. Okay, I guess small boobs are good for swimming. Those are balls.
I think we could be an even better team than Lewis and Clark and the guy who likes to rip up maps.
All right, the Northwest Passage.
Hey, can I see that?
Damn it! You ass!
Easy, Clark.
I hate that guy!
It's been a long trip. You're tired.
No, I hate him!
Look, you're angry. You're dehydrated. Just have some water from the canteen and you'll feel better.
Okay.
I just totally drowned this anthill. Hey, when are we gonna get there?
She's eating it up. This is easier than an American finding his brother in China.
Ron? Ron, where are you?
Over here, Paul. Oh, good. There you are. It's pretty here. Yes, it is.
You know who was my hero? Aquaman. And his secret alter ego, Arthur Curry.
Wow, you saved our lives, Aquaman.
Just doing my job.
Arthur Curry! Did you see Aquaman? He was just here!
Oh, darn. I must have missed him.
We forgot to tell him thanks.
Oh, I have a feeling he already knows.
Fine, I'll just sit here and watch TV.
We now return to Mark Wahlberg in Annoyed and Confused.
What? What's going on? I don't get it. Man, I gotta work out. What's going on here? Where am I? What the... Huh? What the hell's going on here? Huh? What?
Yeah, don't do anything to ruin this, Peter. You know the way you ruined my parrot? I just bought it yesterday. Isn't it beautiful?
Cripple, 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 cripple!
Damn it!
Okay, now where now? No,
Right there.
I'm having
Right.
trouble
It's
here.
right there. It's right in front of you.
Oh, okay, no, I can hear you. Volume's not a problem. I'm just not quite seeing what you're referring
Then
to.
fly out the window.
Up here,
Just-
maybe?
No,
Is
to
it-
your,
no,
to your
that's
left.
not it. That's just more
No,
walls.
how many eyes do you have? Huh?
Well,
How many?
Just two, same number as you, but
Yeah,
hanging on.
then
I'm just
go.
I'm not
Oh, my
getting it.
God,
Whatever it is you're driving at, I'm just
you're-
apparently not getting
you're
it. So
right
I'm
there.
just going to go back upstairs.
You can't do that. It's Easter.
Not in this house.
Lois, this family believes in the Easter Bunny. He died for our sins in that helicopter crash. Now, if you want to go to hell, that's fine. But don't drag the rest of us down with you like a mentally handicapped rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo! Cock-a-doodle-doo!
Good night, everybody! Why are they selling all those DVDs so cheap?
Because, Chris, DVDs are outdated and obsolete, like white track stars.
On your marks, get set, white guys, go!
I have high hopes for this. I had a Cliff Bar before we started.
Everybody else!
Phew, I thought they were...
God, you've missed so much. Like when America was attacked by mentally challenged suicide bombers. Allahu Akbar!
You'll be fine. We shouldn't let this ruin our night. Let's just enjoy the strippers.
I guess. I just hate the way that one gets so into her work.
You boys have been very naughty. I'm gonna have to assign you extra homework.
Darn it, fractions are so hard. What'd you get for number 4?
She said don't share answers!
God, she's more stubborn than you are.
Daddy, I want to turn on the swing set.
No.
But you've gone for 2 turns.
Get lost.
It looks like fun and I want to do it.
No, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do a big jump off. Ah! Get Mom! 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 Geez, you're a bigger downer than a German bedtime story.
There once was a boy who liked to suck his thumbs. His mother asked him to stop, but he wouldn't. So she cut off his thumbs. Now he has no thumbs. Good night.
Oh, you're just going to pretend I'm not here, huh? Just like Robin Williams' agent pretends he's still funny.
Hello. Hey, Phil. It's Robin Williams.
That's hilarious.
I just wanted to make sure the meeting is still on for 2:30 tomorrow. Otherwise, I got to go to that Chinese dentist. Get it? 2:30?
You son of a bitch! I had a mouthful of coffee. God, you are funny, and that is real.
Holy smokes, this is a sure thing. Like the end of a Mexican wedding. Well, be careful you don't fall off that ladder. Not all dogs go to heaven.
So, says here you're involved in the plotting of September 11th?
Well, that's what they get for supporting Israel. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Gosh.
Okay, into the eternal pit of fire you go.
Somewhere far away. Maybe China. I hear they got NASCAR there now.
Oh, but you gotta take advantage of this. Seize your moment. Like the duck founding father.
Gentlemen, these are all important fundamental rights, but I move we strike the right to bob for small fish with your butt in the air. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
There you go, being confident. Like an Italian guy in any given theoretical situation.
If that was me, I'm just saying, if that was me, they are lucky that was not me. Because if the circumstances were such as you have described them, but with me in them, that's a very different and scary outcome for those involved. If.
The Solo set a course for...
One moment, Captain. They're about to announce the winning numbers for the Intergalactic Lottery.
Today's winning numbers are 18, 24, 41, and 72.
Ah!
yes! You're damn right! Hell yeah! You can suck it! You can suck it! You can suck it! You can all suck it! Live long and suck it!
Oh, by the way, Meg, I forgot to tell you, your grandfather needs you to pick him up at the airport.
Grandpa always makes me so nervous when I'm driving.
Okay, now me. Oh, that's a stop sign! Why are we watching TMZ? I hate this show.
Keep watching.
So what do you got? I got Richard Dreyfuss coming out of the bathroom of his nephew's play in Rhode Island.
Richard! Hey, Richard! Hey, can I get your autograph?
Fine. You have a pen and paper?
What do I look like, a Staples? I don't carry that stuff around.
Look, I'm sorry I can't help you.
Oh, what, you too big and famous to walk over to that corner drugstore and pick up a pen and paper and possibly some other groceries I need and come back and sign several things for me? You're a jerk!
My God, a TV pilot. Wow, Brian, you must feel like Hitler did after he wrote Mein Kampf.
Well, we read it and we don't like it. We love it! You got me! I could have killed you, Mr. Weinberg. Ladies and gentlemen, Scarlett Johansson and for some reason, Steve Buscemi.
Man, look at that Steve Buscemi. Every one of his teeth is in business for itself.
You know, Steve, the art director's job is never an easy one.
That's right, Scarlett. But this year... Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to the Elton John party.
What the hell? I told you we were staying for the governor's ball.
And I told you, Tim, we would see how the evening plays out.
It's another pleasant day for me, Peter the Strawberry. Hey, Mr. Worm. I welcome your arrival because we're all part of the same garden. Wait, what are you... Wait, hey! Hey, get out of here! Hey! He was my neighbor, and he violated me. Now I'll never end up in a fancy pie.
Well, it's a long shot, but so was the shouting Arab gram business.
From John and Keith. You've got to be aggressive. Even more aggressive than Michael Jackson's treatment of his own groin on stage.
Thank you.
There's one person I really want you to meet.
Oh yeah? Who's that?
The American people may have turned against the war, but I answer to a higher power. I answer to the power of Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, that's funny because I happen to have Jesus Christ right here.
I heard what you were saying. You know nothing of my work. How you ever got to be president of anything is totally amazing.
Boy, wouldn't it be great if life were like this?
We now return to Meredith Baxter in Raped by a Clown.
It was awful. He made me do things. Awful things.
What kinds of things?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Which means I've got to get a job. Otherwise, we'll be in worse shape than morbidly obese Albert.
Hey, morbidly obese Albert, we brought you some chocolates.
I can't eat those chocolates on account of my diabetes. Remember they had to take my foot?
Look on the bright side. Now you get your shoes half price.
Ha ha ha. Alright, maybe I'll have one.
Are you kidding? We'll go together better than Hannity and Combs. My problem with liberals, Alan, is that liberals hate America.
Son, I don't know if that's true.
You just contradicted me. You hate America.
If I could just get a word in.
You hate America. You like the terrorists.
Well, I guess you're right again.
Well, Brian, looks like you're the odd man out, like a non-praying mantis.
Bless us, O Lord, for these gifts we are about to receive. Help us to be mindful of all our blessings and...
Come on, let's head home before Stewie gets hurt, like Fozzie Bear when he went to Saudi Arabia. It's good to worship Allah, because I used to worship Sama. Waka waka. I once knew a guy who was so Arab.
How Arab was he?
He was so Arab that everybody liked him, and there was nothing funny about him at all.
Your kid got beat up by a baby girl.
Oh, man, this is more painful to watch than when Family Ties does a Tina Yothers episode.
Jennifer, what happened in school today?
I got my period.
And I will see the Keaton family next week.
Well, we can't just leave Mort back in time. That'd be more irresponsible than silent movie porn.
suffered a fatal heart attack from the excitement, and I disposed of it properly.
Oh boy, I miss the old days when it was just a flaming bag of poop and a hurtful note.
Well, I did write for my college newspaper.
Yeah, didn't you do an interview with that fast-talking FedEx guy?
Yeah, I ended up dating him for 3 months.
That's a beautiful shade of lipstick. I bet you enjoy the music of men at work. You're incredibly foxy. Take off your shirt, take off your pants. Wow, what a body. That feels good. I'll give you a call. You better get tested.
Peter, it's been 8 hours and I haven't heard back from Cleveland or Quagmire. I even tried Joe.
This is my wheelchair. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Without me, my wheelchair is useless. Without my wheelchair, I am useless. Shut up!
Okay. Lois, don't ruin this for me. Don't ruin this like you ruined Kix cereal. This Kix cereal is good tasting.
And it's good for you.
Oh boy, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I misspoke.
Stupid hat. Damn it. I paid 15 cents for this ticket.
Oh, no, he didn't.
God, could he be any more annoying?
Oh, hey, it's Tom. Tommy! hey, here, you took that black chick home. Hey, you're welcome.
Yeah, Quagmire and Cleveland are great with kids, like Robin Williams and Patch Adams.
Huh, everybody's lying around in here. Liar, liar, pants on fire. What am I, in Congress? See? Laughter is the best medicine.
Please, sir, I'm in so much pain.
Shut up and listen to my material. Huh, what's this? Bedpan, Peter Pan. Oh, next stop is Neverland. Come, Wendy, fly with me.
We went to Barney's. I heard that's where all the famous people shop for skinny leg jeans.
Whoa! These are the tightest penis compressingest, sperm killingest, testicle grippingest jeans I ever tried on!
That's all I have so far.
That was horrible. You're as bad as Beethoven near the end.
They're gonna love that.
Oh boy, I usually only get this excited when they say the title of a movie in the movie.
I'm telling you, these drug dealers represent a clear and present danger to the United States.
He said it! He said it!
All I'm saying is, what if this is as good as it gets?
There it is! There it is!
The only way for me to solve this crisis is to be Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
I have been taking it slow. We've been going out for 3 weeks and I haven't tried anything, even though she's been giving me some pretty strong signals. So, do you have any thoughts on what you might want to do tonight?
Oh, I don't know.
Don't listen to Brian, Lois. You'd be great on camera, like I was when I played that dead body on Law and Order. Well, until I got that itch in my crotch.
The contusion on his left temple implies he was hit by a blunt object, and the cuts imply a struggle.
So it was murder.
But the question is who?
Well, whoever it was wears nail polish. We found traces in the wounds.
Well, that narrows it down. At least we know it wasn't the father.
Yeah, but we still gotta find out.
Thank God.
You need to stop pointing fingers and get out of the house. Have some fun. Real fun. Not like 37-year-old woman on a blind date fun.
Oh, this is fun, right? We're having fun. I mean, so what if you forgot your wallet? I'll pay. I'm gonna pay for us. You'll get it next time, yeah. So you were in prison, right? Killed a man? Oh, I'm sure it was in self-defense.
No, I just felt like killing.
Oh, you tell the best stories. Me and my 3 eggs are having the best time.
We now return to Robert Mitchum in Out of Shape, In Shape Guy from the 50s.
Gambling is illegal in this town.
Says who?
Says me. You got a problem with that?
I'm not really sure. Kind of waiting for you to exhale. Actually, yeah, I do have a problem with that.
And all the juice is being collected underneath?
Yes, and whoever collects the most is going to win a free weekend here at the Chateau with international foods and wine tastings.
Stop. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Boy, am I going to enjoy this meal. Not like last night when I didn't have time to poop before the guests arrived. Do I have time? You know what? I'm going to go for it. Son of a bitch. Looks like I'm gonna have to pile dinner on top of that. Hey, guys, how are ya?
When we're done with him, he'll be more of an outcast than a seagull at an Adam Sandler movie.
This is my old bicycle that I had from when I was 10. Sometimes the banana seat hurts my high knee.
Will you shut up? You shut up, man. It's a comedy.
When I ring the bell, it makes my pants feel funny. Ring, ring, ring. And when he does, I'll grab his hand and yank him out of there.
Peter, I don't think...
It's starting.
2.5 Men was filmed in front of a live ostrich.
Boy, this stinks. It's Friday night and I don't have a date.
Well then, let me get you a number from my little black book.
I can't believe we didn't find God in Jerusalem.
Well, we'll have to keep looking. Oh, here's our bus to the airport.
Oh, wow. That was super loud.
Well, Lois, I happen to be a Muslim now, which means I'll be spending a lot of my time in mostly empty cafes, watching soccer on an 8-inch black and white TV.
Peter, this is my friend Omar. He can teach you many things about our faith, including how to ululate.
What's that? It's this. Oh my God, that's terrifying. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
No, Peter, it's okay. Just sing the beginning of La Bamba, but don't say the La Bamba part.
Oh, okay.
Yes, good job. You're doing it.
Bamba.
Ooh, so close.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Mahmoud. You know, I actually feel really bad for him. Do you know he knew 19 guys who died on 9/11? I mean, what are the odds?
Peter, I think you joined a terrorist sleeper cell.
I'm gonna call Mahmoud right now on this cell phone he gave me. He'll tell you. Damn phone's busted.
Our drive!
Okay, you're good to go.
We'll go celebrate at the Clam.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I think we could all use a drink.
Tell you what, let me call Horace and tell him to get our table ready.
Peter, did you just...
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Allahu Akbar!
Get home before Stewie gets hurt, like Fozzie Bear when he went to Saudi Arabia. It's good to worship Allah, because I used to worship Sama. Waka waka. I once knew a guy who was so Arab.
How Arab was he?
He was so Arab that everybody liked him, and there was nothing funny about him at all. But you've missed so much. Like when America was attacked by mentally challenged suicide bombers.
Allahu Akbar!
I'll be with Allah soon.
What?
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's delirious. Look, you better get moving.
All right, Stewie, let's go get the sleigh ready.
Is anyone else a little freaked out by that Allah thing?
Never mind that. Let's just get going.
Good evening, I'm Tom Tucker.
And I'm Joyce Kinney.
Our top story, Quahog prepares to unveil a new statue commemorating perhaps its greatest hero ever.
That's right, Tom. It was 10 years ago that an almost inconceivable plot to destroy the World Trade Center was thwarted by Quahog's own Brian Griffin.
This amateur video captured Griffin's heroism in the face of a shadowy terrorist organization called Holy. Look at all those vowels. Al-Qaeda. Here, make sure you get all this. Time to terrorize the terrorists.
Ugh, you prepared catchphrases for yourself?
No, not necessarily. Mohammed Atta stayed home.
Nobody knows that guy's name yet. You're using information that nobody knows.
Houston, we have a solution.
Houston's for space, not everyday air travel.
Tell them to ground every plane out of the East Coast. Seacrest out. Wow, what a hero. Coming up next in sports, Arizona Cardinal Pat Tillman tackled by his own team.
Oh, Brian, we're so proud of you.
Yeah, buddy, great job stopping those terrorists. And thank God their follow-up attack on St. Louis was a bust.
We missed!
Thanks, Mom. Did I do good? Can I wear Grandpa's jacket now?
I don't know why you always ask for that. That's not a thing in our family. But we should get you a haircut and clean this house up. The dance is in a few days.
I wish I could help, Lois, but I'm a little busy being an Uber driver now.
Wait, are you the one who took my car? I reported it stolen.
Oh, well, that explains that high-speed chase yesterday. Brian, you caused a man to be run over in a phone booth.
What was a guy doing in a phone booth?
Why, waiting for drugs, of course. Hey, Stilts, on your way out, could you get a wiffle ball out of our gutter? It's been up there for like 3 months. I threw it at a bee. Why do you have a will on here? When you die, we bury you in the garden so we get better tomatoes.
We now return to CNN's continuing coverage of the rescue of Guy Fieri's toilet. What you're looking at is live footage from Guy Fieri's house, where this toilet's 12-year ordeal has just come to an end.
Toilet, what was it like after he ate those dragon chili cheese fries?
Look, I can't talk right now. I just need to get something solid in me for once.
Really? How could my own parents do this to me? I'd be better off with Mr. and Mrs. Aguilera.
Okay, so we'll name it Michael if it's a boy, and Christina if it's a nightmare. We now return to Finding Your Roots on PBS.
So, Danny DeVito, what do you know about your heritage?
Not much. Our family photos were all burned in a fire. I think we came from Sicily.
Well, we have a surprise for you. Your great-great-grandparents were a pumpkin and a hamburger.
They're beautiful! I can't believe this! I'm made of the best fillings of ravioli!
Oh, crap, I better get out of here. Here comes CSI Missouri.
Looks like someone done got himself killed.
Well, I reckon one thing. Somebody's going up the river. The mighty Mississippi.
Hey, I was thinking of heading down the river. You want to go halvesies on a raft?
Sure, but can you spot me? I've never been paid, ever.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, it says Armin is arriving with our raft right now.
You, Huckleberry?
All right, Lenny, this looks good. Now, the trick to getting off a moving train is waiting for the exact right... Ow! Whew. Now I know why that railroad was called the B&O.
It stands for Baltimore and Ohio.
Whoa, calm down.
No, mental defectives know a lot about trains.
I'm saying I'm done with you. Now go take the bus home with the rest of the poor people.
The bus?
Ah, I was aiming for the church.
God angry now. Ay, 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 ay.
Good evening, I'm Tom Tucker. Coming up, a boom shadow from the sound guy we can't fire because his wife died. There it is. But first, Quahog says goodbye to an old friend. Oh my God, I just got 4 more matches. This is amazing. This is the greatest invention since the firecracker.
Gentlemen, after many years of research, we finally did it. We've solved the problem of too many fingers in Florida. Okay, kids, we're gonna start practice as soon as I get that guy out of here.
I'm 60 yards away.
All right, I guess if a loose ball goes over there, just don't go.
This whale's beached himself. He needs to get back in the water or he'll die.
Step aside, I'll handle this. Give me some room.
Your whale come. Oh, cool shell.
Okay, that is the last time you are gonna pull that crap. You hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now you are gonna hold down that football until
Charlie Brown kicks it. You got that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Charlie.
What do you want, Griffin?
Angela, look out your window. You see that Anheuser-Busch billboard next to the Children's Hospital? Well, watch this. Oh, God. Oh, my God, this is horrible. Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, good Lord, save them. Bless their Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. All right, everything worked out.
And everyone's just standing around doing nothing, like the whole world during the Holocaust.
Too true. Never again. Okay, now we've earned this gag about an anti-Semitic pigeon.
Ugh, my allergies and everything else. Just terrible.
All right, let's go. What should we leave for a tip?
The food and service were both great. Give them the full 3%. This is why I hate going outside.
That was hilarious. And again, the global community's inaction during the Holocaust was unforgivable. Oh man, this toothpick is the best. I'm not going anywhere without it. Like Batman and his futility belt.
I can't get these locks open.
Don't you have something in your belt?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Let's see. I have some hockey trading cards, a Post-it with some hair stuck to the edge, something that might be a Rolade. I don't know, it's just loose.
Hurry, it's getting closer.
I have some stamps. Oh, you know what? It's a cert.
Wow, that was awkward. Like a stranger trying to make conversation.
Long line, huh?
There's two of us.
Reminds me of that Steinfeld episode. No sauce for you, right?
You missed both of them.
I can't believe that show's still on.
It's not.
I really like that Julia Richard-Dreyfuss, though.
Ugh.
Mr. Sanders, thank you for waiting. Here's the medicine for your brain injury.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Hello?
Dad, Grandpa burned us with a curling iron, so we're at Farrell's Ice Cream. Would you come get us?
I can't understand you. Stop calling me. Stupid foreigners.
This group needs Quagmire, just like an Asian man needs facial hair to be taken seriously.
I'm sorry, we're out of orange chicken.
I don't believe you.
He's right. We ran out 2 hours ago.
You, I believe.
To do something different and creative.
Really? What about being a pilot?
It's just not a challenge anymore. These days, the autopilot does everything.
Can I get you anything, Captain?
You can get me some of this, Toots.
Okay, I guess I'll just sit here and read a fucking magazine. What? Drugging a baby? My God, that's a worse idea than letting Bono pick out his own glasses.
No. I need something way more ridiculous. Something that a cartoon villain would wear.
Well, I do have some horn rims.
Look, you're not hearing me. I need my glasses to look like something either not yet invented or from an ancient Egyptian tomb. And if possible, they should look as though they cost $1 million, but also came free in a box of cereal.
Perhaps I can be of help, Mr. Bono. You have somewhat of a square face, so to offset that, I recommend these frames, made for an intergalactic homosexual.
Perfect.
Ah, like Christopher Columbus.
Guys, I know this has been a long voyage. Half of us have died of starvation. We all saw Billy rot out from the stomach. We saw Roger's face get eaten by a seagull. And who could forget when Dave's bum sealed shut until he filled with poo and died. But it's all gonna be worth it. Trust me, because the spices here are amazing.
Our mattress still has the chalk outline from where my Uncle Leonard got killed by his third wife. She poured boiling grits on his privates and then shot him.
You sleep on that?
Well, I flipped it over.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Peter. Your life's not over yet.
Come on, it's not like I can go back to school at my age. I'll never be a doctor. The best I could hope for is a male nurse who's probably killing all his patients. Well, I'm going home.
Griffin, you have another 8 hours on your shift. Now, what about your patients?
They all died with dignity, God bless them.
But first, sad news from the Quahog Zoo as a baby panda on loan from China is undergoing emergency treatment for what appears to be tater tot poisoning. The Chinese ambassador was quoted as saying, "Ooh, tiger mom, egg foo young, practice your piano math." I don't know, probably not that.
You're in for some pain, but when I'm done with you, you'll be a helpful dog, like one of them St. Bernards with a mini cask of brandy.
Help! I've broken my leg!
Okay, well, I have a scumbag's fancy drink.
I know, it's great. And with all the time Brian is saving me, I've been able to spend more time working with my foundation that gives impoverished nations things they don't want or need. All right, let's get this stuff out fast, guys. These people have nothing. All right, everybody gets a hot dog toaster and a special zigzag brownie pan so that every brownie you bake has a chewy edge. We got 300,000 Harlequin costumes and 500,000 sets of stairs that a dog can use to get up on a bed. Well, looking around, I can see everybody looks kind of thirsty, so each of you gets the Crash Bandicoot video game. All right, I'll see you guys next month, because I got a shipment coming in of those realistic testicles you hang off the back of your truck.
I love Peter. I'd follow him anywhere, except onto an elevator. He fat, man.
Oh, Lois, I'm so glad you're here. I really need to pee.
Go ahead. I'll handle the kids.
No, you need to come with me. The toilets are all like 1 foot off the ground, so I need to hold on to your arm while I lower myself down.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Boy, you guys sure packed a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, we're going to be gone a week.
Me, I travel light. Just 2 shirts, 2 pairs of pants, and the machine that does the work of my large intestine.
We brought a machine that gives Lois orgasms.
What is in here?
The soap, the little tray the soap was on, and the sink.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm meeting up with someone from my Grindr app.
Isn't that for anonymous gay hookups?
No. This one's a way for guys who enjoy sandwiches to connect.
You meatball freak?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's do this.
Are you also married?
Now, Meg, in order to get you into fighting shape, I want you to drink this glass of raw eggs.
I don't see any yolks.
Just drink it. Hello, white kids and Indian kid adopted by neighborhood gays. Quick announcement before we get started. This is the last call for chopped bunless hot dogs and ketchup. Last call for chopped bunless hot dogs and ketchup.
Oh, Asher, let's get you one.
Humpty, your sock is drooping. You should totally pull it up.
Really? I can't see it.
Yeah. Just lean a little further and get it. You think you can bang Leslie and I'm not going to do anything about it?
Look, there they are.
Just wanted to wish you guys luck.
Hey, I've always wondered, why the turtlenecks?
Oh, these? Well, we like the look. It's drafty on stage, and we all have Aryan Nation tattoos on our necks. Break a leg!
Ugh, Brian's not qualified to work at a hardware store. That'd be like having a timid Klansman.
I just think you should get out of town. I think it would be so great if you went back to where you came from. Okay, here goes nothing.
Can I help you?
Lemon squares? Keep the pan. He's gonna stay. Oh, fiddlesticks.
Chris Griffin, we'll start with your candidate statement.
Come on, Stewie.
Forget it. Damn it, that's enough! You've treated me horribly!
What's our position on extended library hours? The library can suck my dick! That was good. What else you got?
Listen, Tiffany, you seem really great, and I need to come clean with you about something because, well, if I don't, there's 2 guys who are going to tell you anyway. I have herpes.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I mean, if we're careful about it, it shouldn't be an issue. And the truth is, I like you so much, I'd do anything to make this work.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to hear that. I feel the same way. Oh, Tiffany, you know, I know this is crazy and like super sudden, but will you?
You're gonna die alone, you dick.
Oh, thank God she didn't catch the kid I hired to replace Chris. Thank you for wearing the baseball cap forward. I know it's uncomfortable for you, but it really sold it. Hey, Chris, have you seen my frat? I left one in the hallway about an hour ago, and I think I left my keys in it.
Oh, is that it?
Ah, yes. And the mystery of the missing keys has been solved.
Hi, Stewie. I love your house. Where are your servants?
They're in the kitchen being groped by Arnold Schwarzenegger. May I offer you an iced tea?
Shut the door!
It's all right. I'm probably better off in my old school anyway.
Well, I'm just glad everything's back to normal and we...
I know what he was doing, and I don't like it. I figured fancy guys like you only drink in hotels.
The hotel threw me out. I used a mustard bottle to write Dallas Portland's a dick on the wall.
Oh, yeah, I did that once at a hotel, but it was pee, and I didn't write anything. Look, Tom, before you do anything crazy, answer me one question. Why is it I have a house and you have an apartment? Yeah, maybe you should jump.
If you or a loved one have been prescribed the drug Luxenol and experienced facial bloating, air leakage, and spontaneous mouth bleeding, you may be entitled to a large cash settlement.
Why is there never any programming for me?
We're done. Cleveland, slam the door. Now lock all our city black person locks.
Our house is also a liquor store. Lois know you're here?
No clue. I brought beer.
I brought pot.
Oh, and now I feel stupid. I brought pot.
I brought acid.
Oh, and now I feel stupid.
I brought crystal meth.
I brought 10 rounds of chemotherapy.
I think we may have gone too far.
Now I feel bad for laughing at my dad when he went through this.
Coward! I have found you!
Ah! Oh my God, Stewie, you okay?
Quick, somebody call an ambulance. This could need stitches. We don't want this to leave a scar.
No, there's no time for an ambulance. We gotta take him to the hospital right away.
Guys, I'm all right. I think Meg...
Oh my God, he's delirious. He's talking nonsense. Quick, everybody in the car! Oh my God, look you guys, it's death!
Hey, has anyone got a cell phone I can borrow? God's been paging me for like 20 minutes.
Wait, you still use a pager?
Yeah, well, we thought once we got Steve Jobs in heaven, we'd all get iPhones, but he never showed up.
Wait a minute. You work with God?
Oh, Death, we've been looking all over for that guy. Will you take us to him?
Sure, but don't you mean her? Look at your faces. Of course it's the dude. Come on, let's go.
Well, as I understand it, Daddy's cheer squad had another failed dismount.
We know that we are the B-E-S-T. Brittany, you dumb slut! I said I was gonna cradle out! How did you not hear me? That's right, Chris is my new heir. And now to show you my overwhelming love and affection.
Okay, that's enough. You're not my wife. Anyway, I want you to have the money. You're the only person who understands this crazy world, except for maybe Anne Way Too Frank.
Dear Diary, when this war is over, I'm gonna get a cucumber and work it into a pickle. And you can take that to the Bank of Berlin. Phew, good thing no one's ever gonna read this. Look at this 1940s tampon.
I know. Isn't that something? That's how they used to do it back then. It's just sawdust in a burlap sack. You had to jump on it from a second-floor window. We'll take it to Gross Will. Oh, here's me getting my first haircut. Here's me getting my 351st haircut. And here's when I couldn't take no more. I killed that barber.
It's weird being here without Grandma. I keep thinking she's gonna walk through that door any minute.
Oh, honey, I know, but I'm afraid she's dead. This is real life, not some magical fairy tale.
And so... Okay, wait, look. There's something about death that I didn't tell you before because kids aren't supposed to know about it till they get older. Ooh, an adult secret. Yeah. So, when someone dies, they actually do go somewhere. Heaven. Really? What's it like? Well, first of all, you can have any hairstyle you want instantly. You don't have to go through that awkward growing it out phase. But do you still get to go to the salon? Of course, you have to get it set. And everyone in heaven only speaks English. None of those mumbly, yelly languages. What about clicky, phlegmy ones? No, none of those either. And every corner has a fire and 10 fire engines putting it out. Do they have a person to ring the bells? No, they need someone to do that. Oh, that's my thing. All right, here I come. Well, hang on. You can't kill yourself, though, because they don't let you in if you do that. So Brody Jenner's not going to be there. What? He didn't kill himself. He didn't? Oh, no. So he's choosing to live as Brody Jenner? That's so sad. Well, I'm glad everything's back to normal.
Peter, your mother's dead.
Yeah, but at least she's alive.
What are you talking about, Peter?
Well, you see, Lois, the key in life is to lie to yourself about reality. Smile through everything. All the bad things, well, you just pile them away in a place that will come back one day in the form of, I don't know, rage? But everything's fine. I'll see you in bed.
Oh, great. I'm gonna get killed by a cat. They'll never let me live this down in doggy heaven.
Hey, there's that guy who got killed by a cat.
Shut up. How'd you guys die?
We bit kids.
Woo!
Biting kids.
Yeah, unpettable.
I miss biting kids.
Ugh, the elevator's taking forever. I'm just gonna use the stairs. There were two homeless people eating each other in there.
Hey, I'd like to ride your ass into Jerusalem.
Wow, there's something in it this year.
Settle down, Meg. It's the upstairs bathroom trash.
There's only one rule here at Peach Blossom Plantation, Stewie. Courtesy.
Well, I got a confession to make, Daddy Johnson. I got a hankering for some mischief.
Well, now that's in direct conflict with the rule.
My rule is honesty. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. But it don't mean I doesn't love you, Daddy Johnson.
Oh, Stewie, you done gone and buried your way into my heart like a field mouse. But I still gots to discipline you.
Should I strip to my ankles, Daddy Johnson?
I was just gonna give you a talking to, but yeah, just shoes and socks, Stewie.
I like the South.
We got different ways than they do up north, but it seems to work for everyone.
Wow. A lot of people OD at these things.
Oh, yeah.
This episode of Family Guy is brought to you by McMillan Mass Grave Excavation Equipment. When you think mass graves, think McMillan. It's a boy, Mrs. Quagmire.
Ah, that's wonderful.
How do you feel?
Horny. Really horny. Could you put him back in and out a few times?
I was born 9 times that day.
Don't worry, Lois. I'm gonna find that tricycle. I'll just have 4 to 5 beers to stop the shaking, and then I'll go outside.
You know what, Peter? Maybe we can give you a hand.
Yeah, we'll help you look.
I'm in. All right, guys, let's solve this mystery. And you kids at home can help us solve the mystery, too. Just go to FamilyGuyKids.com.
Aw, it's just someone crapping in his hand.
All right, now you gotta get in good with Heather's family. If her parents like you, she's gonna want to sleep with you.
Mr. Garbage, I appreciate that I'm a guest in your home, but Barack Obama is still my president, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna sit here and let you talk about him like that. Shut up, Heather! I am talking to your father! And you, Mrs. Garbage, I'll thank you to stop sticking your foot in my crotch! And Jimmy Jr., just tell him you're gay! It's so obvious!
Peter, is Chris still in bed? Oh, I hope he didn't take it too hard when you made him get rid of that doll. Oh, God.
Good morning, everybody. Heather won't be having breakfast. She already had a big sausage.
Oh, wait, so we do have sausage? Because I asked for sausage, and I was given bananas and applesauce.
Why did we bring them to a shelter instead of an adoption agency?
Less paperwork.
Yeah, this is for the best. I mean, I'm sure they'll be adopted.
I know these is kind of unusual, but we'll take whatever we can get.
Well, that's just like Cleveland, running off as soon as the bill arrives.
Oh, he's paid off all your tabs.
Well, that's just like Cleveland, always throwing money around.
We now return to sassy sitcom secretary in real life.
Well, according to the research company, we need to find a way to make the product appeal more to men.
Too bad there's no men working here.
Hey, Janine, come back here. Don't ever talk to your boss that way.
I was just trying to be funny.
This is a marketing firm. We're not here to tell jokes. You're fired. Last week, she wanted me to pretend she was the head of the company because her parents were in town. Who does that?
All right, there's no pudding, but there is a supermodel, and we're making out.
Lucky dog.
Wait a minute. There's a kid up here.
Don't hold him like that.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Your life could be worse. You could be a blanket.
Go ahead.
A blanket.
I'm just a stupid old blanket. What a lousy life this is.
All right, you saved it.
All right, what better place to find God than the birthplace of all of Western civilization's great religions and one really mean one?
I had a feeling this is what this place would be like.
Oh, God, why is so hot walking downtown? Who gets married on a get off these bad feet ailments?
Oh, look, Joe's feeding them pennies.
Somebody take a picture.
I can't believe we didn't find God.
Uh-oh. Looks like the mob knew we were coming. It's him! Get him!
Oh, no, we're done for. No, we're not. I'm the fastest Jew in the world. Oh, boy, I miss the old days when it was just a flaming bag of poop and a hurtful note.
That's curious. I didn't realize your mother was a Holocaust survivor.
My mother? Oh, no, that's impossible. She's not Jewish.
According to her birth certificate, she is.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Breast cancer's starting to look pretty good.
Peter, I'm the one with the Jewish heritage, and I really don't want to make a big deal out of this.
Leave it to a Jew to take all the fun out of being a Jew. Now listen up. I like the hat and I like the scarf, so we're doing this.
And instead of lasting for 1 day, the oil in the lamp lasted for 8 days. And that is why we celebrate Hanukkah.
Yeah. How long before we play pin the eviction notice on the black guy's door?
Now, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. What are you going to do when Jesus comes back and puts a boot up your ass?
Right, class. That's all for today's lesson. Now, everyone off to gym class.
All right, today we're going to play soccer. That was easy. Hang on. Before we do anything, I'd like to say a blessing over the candles, if I may. Now, bear with me. I haven't had much rehearsal time. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidishanu b'mitzvotov v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel yom tov.
Can we just eat?
Okay, I'll push the thing. Love you for all that you are. In spite of the fact that your people control a disproportionate amount of the world's wealth, and in all likelihood are probably responsible for starting every major war since the dawn of time. Dude, again with this? What's your problem?
Who's in the bush?
Mind your own business, you stupid Jew.
Well, the only mouse in this neighborhood is our innocent neighbor, Frank Maxwell.
Comrade Mouskowitz, did you think you could run forever?
Hiya, I think you've got the wrong mouse. I'm just regular old Frank Maxwell, and I'm very late for work. Good day, ma'am.
Oh, you killed him?
That was not me. Someone else got to him first.
Tough break, Jew mouse. Hi, I'm Peter Griffin. Under parody law, in order to use someone else's character in an unlicensed fashion, we have to provide something called commentary. The commentary here is that Mickey Mouse hates Jews.
This is my Jew flattening machine. It'll flatten any Jew. Simply climb behind the wheel, drive it towards a Jew, and flatten him.
Could you also use it just to drive from place to place and stuff?
It's a Jew flattening machine. It's not what it's designed for.
But you could use it that way.
Yeah, you could. You could also use the Mona Lisa as a placemat. God.
Excuse me, we're looking for a Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Mort Goldman?
He's a small business owner, tends to whine a lot, kind of a hypochondriac. Oh, no, you can't put your hand back up after you put it down. You know what, never mind.
That's a nice muscly throwing arm you got there.
Thanks.
Got a nice tip for you right here in my pocket for my arthritis. Why don't you reach in there and fish it out for yourself?
Next up is John Herbert with Sweet Child of Mine.
Can you raise it 6 octaves? Okay, this one's for Nathan M. I'm looking for a car that's been tricked out to look like an ice cream truck.
Damn it. I'm sorry, what?
You know, with colorful pictures of ice cream treats. And it plays a tune that's fun for the young children. Da 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 da.
You've spent time watching children, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have.
Well, I'm all done shoveling your walk, Mr. Herbert.
Thanks, Chris. But there's some in here, too. You like popsicles?
Well, sure.
Then you need to come on down to the cellar. I got a whole freezer full of popsicles.
No, thanks. I gotta get going.
Oh, don't make me beg now.
You're funny. Bye.
Get your fat ass back here. Oh, no. There's no police here to help me. I hope you don't find the money strapped to my thigh. Holy moly. It must be my birthday.
Hi. I ran away from home. Do you mind if I live with you?
Live with me? My goodness. I feel like I want to pinch myself to see if I'm dreaming. Hot dog, it's real. Come on, Herbert. Rope this calf. Would $600 a week change your mind?
Would it? You got a deal.
And I can pay you under the table. I like to make a little fort under there. I call it Fort Dix.
Did you hear that, Dad? He'll pay us $600.
Yeah. Did you not hear about Fort Dix?
It's the end of the world. Holy crap!
Seems like I've run out of waiting time.
My dad's helping me find a hobby.
Well, you sure got a pretty morning for it.
Chris, don't waste our time with the elderly. They're dying.
Please, God, let me just sniff his hat. Let me just sniff his hat. That's all I want. Now I want more. Ma'am, I hate to be a nuisance, but your son stopped kicking the back of my chair. Thank you. Whoa. All right, look. Everybody but Chris, just keep your pants on and let's figure a way out of this. Most of the surviving American pilots were taken to POW camps, but for some reason, they thought I was gay. So I was taken to Dachau.
So what'd you end up doing with those old robots anyway?
I just left him out on the curb for the trash man.
How can this not be a trap? Hello there, Kyle. You look nice today. I see you wearing your big shorts with the baggy leg holes that flutter so carelessly in the breeze. Hey there, little fella.
I'm 48.
This whole place is a giant mindfuck. He replaced my Cialis with methamphetamines.
Pedal faster! I can't go any faster!
Where you going, kids? Hey, I just want to talk to you. Why don't you come over to my place for a glass of wine and a couple of fruit pies, and then we can go in the back room and play crazy snakes.
Oh man, look at that kid. That is one ugly 8th grader.
You don't want to hurt yourself dancing. Make sure you stretch out those creamy hamstrings. Hey, Mr. Eel. You're slippery. Oops, got away. Left my hands smelling funny.
Seems like reverse time did that kid a favor.
I'm not so sure about that.
Stand up! You're gonna break that thermometer!
The government wants to tell you how many children you can have.
What? No! Ain't no shame in being chubby. You're a growing boy. Why, what's this?
Wow, how'd you do that?
It wasn't a trick. It was stuck to your neck.
Oh, yeah, sometimes I fall asleep on candy.
Oh my God, Chris is still in there. Somebody save Chris!
You know what? He's earned that.
Good night, Mr. Herbert.
Sweet dreams, Chris.
Mr. Herbert, what's life really all about?
Well, I suppose it's about trying new things, sampling the sweet and the savory, not being afraid to take everything life wants to throw up on into you.
Wow, I never looked at it like that before. Thanks, Mr. Herbert. But don't you think it's scary to try new things?
No, Chris. Life is like a new baseball glove. At first, you think you're never going to get a ball in there. But then you oil it up, work your fingers around in there a little, and pretty soon you're pitching and catching.
I guess that makes sense. Sorry.
You really know how to waste a Cialis, don't you? I want to lay down a few ground rules. No cussing, clean your plates, and only a half hour of radio, and then it's off to bed.
Well, that sucks.
And don't you mouth off to me, or I'm gonna slap you right in your penis.
No offense, Mr. Herbert, but I'm a 17-year-old girl, and I don't need you here.
Well, no offense to you, Meg, but you're a 17-year-old girl, and I don't need you here.
All right, let's split up and search the house. I'll go with Lois. Chris, you check the basement with Herbert.
Whoa, easy there, Spencer. Now behave yourself and there'll be a withered carrot for you later. Well, Jesse, I guess we gotta find some other way to spend our evenings.
And now back to ESPN's exclusive coverage of the Little League World Series.
Oh, jackpot. Do you want to do a Spider-Man kiss? I'm trying to help you.
Help me what? Clean your pool with my shirt off? Or wash your car in jean shorts? Bend over in front of you to get little bits of lint out of the rug? I know what you're about, Mr. Herbert. Free labor, and I'm not into it.
Come on, take your body back into that conga. You know you can't kill yourself any longer. Come on.
Hi, Mr. Herbert.
Oh my God! Children, run! It's that pervert! Everybody into my safety basement! Oh, that was a bad snap. I'm hurt, kids. Don't eat those popsicles till I get down there. Yes, I'll take this teddy bear, this ruler, this piece of string, and this cardboard box.
Can we watch Lost Boys? I've heard of that one.
Those are different Lost Boys.
As is customary with all our new members, you now have to spend 7 minutes in the closet with our most senior member.
We don't start the clock until the door closes.
Wouldn't I love a tinker toy?
And a little drummer boy. He can either tap his drum or my rear. Y'all know what day it is?
No.
It's bath day.
Oh, I don't want to take a bath.
Not for you, silly. It's bath day for me. But I can't wash myself. Know anybody with a pair of strong young hands to help me in and out of the tub? Oh, rats!
Why are you walking so slowly?
Turns out this costume is about 80% balls, and most of it's dragging behind me.
We got a tangle.
Oh, what do I do?
Stop walking. I'll go back. You go forward.
Are you sure?
It's counterintuitive.
I don't know. That
when you
doesn't
want
seem
to
right
go
to
left,
me.
you go right.
I'm just going to pull forward.
Don't pull.
I think if you
Stop
come this way
walking
and I go that way.
Everybody freeze. Okay, let's just think about this. I know what boys like. I know what guys want. I know what boys like. Boys like. Boys like me. If I should die, I just want you to know that they might find some things. Strange things. Things that don't make sense to you.
Okay.
And there's going to be a lot of talk. Nasty talk. And I just want you to know, from me, it's all going to be out of context.
I don't know what that means.
It means if I die, you gotta burn my house down. That new paper boy done gone and broke my sternum. Hey there, little fella. We sure got a lovely day for it, don't we?
Stay away from my brother's butt. Now, that one seemed less earned.
Selling your old hand-me-downs?
Yep.
You got anything you used to wear in the summertime?
Just these old shorts.
Sweet Jesus.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Sorry, Master Herbert.
Sorry. You better get your ass in that closet, Pewter Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
I'm so tired of you. Hey, Skinny Britches. That there's my man. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? You shall not pass. Oh, is that my phone? No. Oh, better go get that.
I'll come right down.
Thanks, Uncle Herbert. I don't know how I could ever repay you.
Well, there is one thing. Also, if I gave you a sandwich, do you think you could get Christoph Bard on it?
Obi-Wan, we meet again. What part of stay 50 yards away at all times don't you understand?
Uh-oh.
Your powers are weak, old man.
Obi-Wan!
Boy, you got here just in time. Say goodnight, you Nazi bastard. It's time to give you a proper German funeral.
We are proud to present Mozart's The Magic Flute in A minor.
We can settle this like reasonable and sexy teenagers. Whoever can swallow the most Tylenol PM wins. Gosh, bagosh, it's a brand new paperboy. That's a mighty full sack you're carrying.
Piss off, you perverted old freak.
Ooh, we got a fighter. Now behave, or I'm gonna have to drop those shorts and paddle your bare bums, which is perfectly acceptable in these times, even encouraged. Oh, these wonderful times! YMCA, it's fun to stay at the YMCA.
What the hell?
Hey, little man, tell Chris to open his window.
Just around the corner, there's a rainbow in the sky.
Let's get out of here, other altar boys. Anybody want to see my Purple Heart? So no hard feelings?
Nah, let's just put it all behind us.
Want to come over for some tea and cookies?
Sure.
Are you a giving tree or a receiving tree? And he knew that sometimes the things that seem the most dangerous turn out to be the most fun. Yes, sir, it was a good day for young Peter.
Are you a pedophile?
Let's get out of here, Brian. That birthday party Spider-Man is eyeing me.
Don't let me catch you, 'cause I'll just wrap you up and eat you later.
What kind of birdhouse can you build with popsicles, roofies, and a mallet?
It's for a rare African bird called none your business.
Why are you being such a jerk, Dad?
Dad?
Yeah, this is my dad. Well, he often said he wanted to explode all over me. He finally did.
I am Herbert! I am Herbert!
It's almost Christmas. It's almost Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes, keep being good, and all the eggshells and coffee grounds will be yours. Can I meet the family? You've overstepped. No Christmas. Oh no, my hairless twin got out. Hello, family. Let's eat all the garbage we want.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty.
Yes.
What the hell?
What? Maybe we should get new roommates. Yeah, maybe we should.
Did you like that game of Mysterious Intruder, Lois?
I told you, I don't know who you are, and my name isn't Lois. Mine is. Do it again.
Hey, Brian?
Yeah?
Damn it! Ah, there's glass in my eye! Oh, son of a bitch! Ah!
Mom says dinner's at 6. She wanted me to tell people. I don't know why.
Step forward, maggot. Next time, that'll be you.
Well, why wasn't it him this time?
Oh, I'm so scared.
Peter, stop it!
Yeah, you're real big when you got that stick, ain't you? Okay, I'll stop now.
Timmy, where's Lassie?
She's out in the orchard, Ma. Peaches are coming in mighty early this year.
Smoke.
You know what they say, Timmy. Early peaches, long summer.
Smoke.
What's that, Lassie?
Are you smoking yet?
Are
are you okay?
No, I came in with my wife and now I can't find her.
Oh, I'm sure she's here somewhere. Come on, I'll help you find her.
Okay.
Will Lois Griffin please come to the courtesy booth? We have a little gift for you.
I'm Lois. Oh, for God's sakes, Peter.
Yay, Lois!
Another afternoon fucking that ass.
Vegan places aren't real, right?
No, they're not real. Or are they? Ah, salad!
I want you two to do it right in front of me, and I'm gonna throw $40 on your sweaty bodies when you're done.
Let's see the money.
Hey, do you have any idea what time it is? Get in the house, fatty!
Looking good. Almost done. And there, done.
What have you done?
I painted the truth. I painted my truth. Relax, Lois. I was aiming for the mailbox. I'm just trying to make a point.
Good morning, Lois.
Peter, for God's sake! I am so sorry, Mort.
No problem, Lois. That's just how people say hello to me. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Mort.
Let me get in that belly. Let me kiss that belly. I'm gonna give you a flubber kiss. Flubber belly. Pork belly's the way. Give me that belly.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry. I got a little nervous. It's just I like you so much.
Hi, Dad.
Oh, what the hell? Come here, Hillary.
Get out, May. Get out of the kitchen. Go on. Get out. Out, out, out. Out of the kitchen. Go on.
Stewie, come on. You don't know how to use that thing.
Oh, really? What if I held it sideways like a black guy?
Whoa, come on, man. Take it easy, all right? I don't want any trouble.
There's not gonna be any trouble as long as you eat my poo. Okay, the fishing boats will be in soon. We'll fly behind them and scream like hell, and whatever they throw overboard, we get to eat.
You think maybe we should just get our own food? I mean, you know, we have beaks, we can swim. Instead of scrounging off of others, maybe...
Can I see you for a minute? What was that? What was that?
Oh.
You want to be a hawk?
No.
Is that what you want? Because you're not.
No.
All right, you see any clutching talons down there? No, we have webbed feet.
I know.
Well, what are you going to do, paddle your food to death? You going to find a little field mouse and paddle him to death with your webbed feet?
No, look, I just thought...
You thought? You thought? How's that working out for you?
Not very well.
Not very well.
Land ho!
Where?
Psych, made you look, loser. Good thing there wasn't land, or else you'd have to meet the natives with that mustard stain on your shirt.
What stain? Why did I even bring you on this trip?
Because I'm the best damn land spotter in all of Europe?
It's true, you are the best.
Yeah, I don't need you to tell me that.
We've now reached our cruising altitude. If you look out the window, you'll see the Rocky Mountains.
We have to get out of here! All right, you girls ready? What's going on? Don't you laugh at it!
Knock it off. Cut it up. Stop it. I deserve to relax, too.
Spidey, can you swing us across with your web?
No, I can't swing you across. And it's Spider-Man, not Spidey.
I'm pretty sure I've heard people call you Spidey.
Yeah, close friends. What's your name?
Peter?
Hey, Petey, do stuff for me.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, you don't like it. You're a fat nobody and I'm Spider-Man, so how do you think I feel?
Put the dog out. The dog's crying. Can someone put... Lois, can someone put the dog out? I'm trying to read. What the hell? What's the matter with you? Did an ambulance go by or something?
Yeah, look at this.
Stop
Oh,
that.
yeah, you don't like this.
Stop
huh?
it.
Yeah.
Stop
this
doing that to my
this is what
carpet.
Benji would do.
Hey,
Yeah.
knock it
Oh,
off.
boy, that feels so
Stop
good.
it, stop
That
it.
feels so good. Gambling is illegal in this town.
Says who?
Says me. You got a problem with that?
I'm not really sure. Kind of waiting for you to exhale. Actually, yeah, I do have a problem with that.
Zap, zap, zap. What the?
No way.
How'd you learn to do that? The question isn't how I do it. It's how I forgive myself for what I've done.
You're there. You're there.
I couldn't hear you. The radio was too loud.
Are you a pedophile?
I am not your dad. I am Electric Man.
What the hell?
How do you like it? Huh? How do you like it?
Peter, what in God's name is this? Wait a minute. Are these pieces of Stewie's crib?
I hate it here.
Bye! 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 Bye!
What are you doing?
I like to watch. I want to watch you boil.
I can't do it with you watching.
Oh, not even if I do this?
Don't do that. Oh, God, that's so hot.
Oh, yeah? Then why don't I take your top off?
Oh, I'm boiling. I'm boiling.
Yeah, now I'm gonna stick my raw pasta in you.
Don't move. Hold it. Freeze up. Wait. No. For God's sake, why? This is why.
Oh, no. Doggy out.
What?
Out, afuera.
I live here.
No, afuera.
But look, I'm trying.
Hola.
Yes, could you please put Brian back on?
No, doggy afuera.
You're the new housekeeper, aren't you?
See,
Listen, I don't want to point fingers, but I'm missing about $1,000 in play money.
I take.
What? You took it?
See,
Well, give it back.
come get, bitch.
Peter, what the hell happened to my underwear? They're all stretched out.
Oh, sorry about that. Me and the guys were using them to shoot crab apples at Old Man McCratchen's truck. We don't want raisins on Halloween. We want candy.
Hey, Quagmire, aren't you going to get in on this?
I kind of got my own game going on over here.
Chris, do you remember your job?
To try and get my shoes sucked into the escalator so we can sue them all.
That's right, sweetie. I heard they're paying 50 grand a tow now.
The train. Now that was the way to travel. You remember that, Chris?
Not at all.
Well, what about that guy in the front? He's a grown-up.
He's the conductor.
I don't see no orchestra.
That's a different kind of conductor.
Okay, well, if he's the conductor, why don't he have electrical tape wrapped around him for safety?
Also a different kind of conductor.
All right, thanks for joking around with me. We're gonna go check out the rest of the mall.
What's going on with you, man? That's a human being.
Sorry. My buddy sent me a bunch of Romanian porn, and now every girl I look at, I imagine throwing onto a table.
Yeah, that wasn't really the backpedal I expected.
Hi, I'm Brian. Hey, I bet lots of millionaires come in here and hit on you all the time, huh? Do we? Do we do that a lot?
Yeah, I guess it happens sometimes. Did you want to look at something?
Already am. Hey, can I try that on?
Good taste. That's our nicest men's ring.
And I'll take your number.
Here you go. Call me.
What the hell are you doing? That ring is $10,000.
Relax, Stewie. All I have to do is bring the ring back when she's not working. I'll get a refund and she'll never know. It's a perfect scam, like Teddy Roosevelt getting to be on Mount Rushmore.
I won the Revolutionary War. I won the Civil War.
I gained possession of Guam. Nom.
Come on, Peter. It's time to go home.
Not now, Lois. I'm making ladies feel good.
Peter, I've been on my feet all day. Let's go.
I'd stop, but Catherine Zeta-Jones' big hands are on the back of my head.
You know what? Forget this. We're leaving. You find your own way home.
What? Throat cancer? What?
Oh, hey, how do you like my blowout? I'm pulling down so much trash, it's insane.
I'm... Yuck. Lois? Oh, no. I'm alone and lost in the mall. I haven't been this scared since the Silence of the Lamb. And I turn around, and I don't know what happened to my wife. And now I'm all alone, and I'm just so scared.
Okay. Do you want to go look for your wife, or you want me to finish the makeover?
I guess we might as well finish up here. When I find her, I want her to go,
Wow. Lois! Is your wife named Lois, too? No, but I figured if she's banging a guy like you, I got a shot. Lois! Hey, what are you... Lois! 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 Well, I've looked everywhere. Maybe she left. Paul Blart, if you're out there, I could sure use a miracle. Choo-choo! All aboard the Ladybug Express! Help! Holy crap! Wait! Don't close the ball! Like an actual Amtrak train, this is dangerously out of control! That's legally defensible, by the way. On your screen is a list of actual rail disasters.
Good morning, I'm Tom Tucker. Coming up, the secret to remaining upbeat after getting an elderly waitress. But we begin with breaking news from the Quahog Mall, where a local fat man was stuck overnight on a child's train.
Yes, quite an ordeal for Quahog's Peter Griffin. So, Mr. Griffin, you were going around in circles for 12 hours. Are you suffering any ill effects from the centrifugal force?
The wind on my skin is like knives.
Oh my God, Bonnie, are you watching the news right now?
Yes, I'm so sorry about Peter.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine. But did you see that sweet new piece of ass, Dallas Portland?
Oh, I don't know. Why don't you ask my index and middle finger?
Peter, move. We need the TV.
Is this a coven?
No, we're watching the news. Now get out of the way. We had a bottle of wine and a joint at Bonnie's house, and we want to watch Dallas Portland before the buzz wears off.
You chicken heads are out of control.
Yoga for men? Yes, says the inventor of Broga.
Oh, I feel like I'm cheating on Tom Bergeron.
That's who you're all excited about? That chiseled Adonis with eyes the color of summer's first blueberry?
I don't know about none of that, but look at that bulge in his shorts.
I've never seen a bulge in the front of a man's pants before.
You see that, Peter? That's the right amount of leg hair.
My leg hair's fine. I have what they call the Irish wisp.
So, Peter, where are your boyfriends tonight?
Lois and all of her friends are drooling over that new news guy. That Dallas Portland's a jerk. Don't even say that name.
Getting out of that windstorm that screwed up my hair and loosened my tie, but also trying to forget how mad I am at Dallas Portland.
You and me both, pal. That Dallas guy sucks.
Why, what's your problem with him?
My wife's been creaming her spinach over him.
Yeah, tell me about it. Since he arrived, our ratings have skyrocketed. They're grooming Dallas, which means I'm on my way out.
What? But if Dallas Portland's on TV every night, my life's gonna be a living hell.
You and me both. Without the news, I don't know who I am. But what can you do? He's the flavor of the month.
But wait a minute. Maybe if we work together, we can solve both our problems.
What do you mean?
Well, if he's the hot young thing and everybody loves him, all we gotta do is make you hotter and younger and thinger. And then they won't need him. All right, Tom, if you want to be young these days, you gotta do a wicked awesome GoPro skate video. Almost time for the news. Mind if I join you?
I thought you hated the news.
Developing story. I like it now.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Quahog. I'm Dallas Portland.
And I'm T. Homie with the news in your mouth!
What the hell's he doing?
He's crushing it.
News bomb! I know what you're thinking, right? He's so random.
Boy, I never realized how young and hip Tom Tucker is. Dallas Portland should just pack it up and go home. Tom's about to tattoo the word Coachella on the bridge of his nose.
Is that a thing?
I don't know, Grandma. Sit back and walk. Ah, he got his eye.
What's wrong with you, Dallas? Never seen a guy so young and cool before? Tumblr!
Bear Scares. We'll be back after message from state-run industry.
Peter, you were the one who told Tom Tucker to try all that nonsense on TV? You realize you cost that man his job.
Well, how was I supposed to know? Katie Couric went on TV and stuck a tube up her butt and they threw her a parade.
That was a colonoscopy.
This is kind of your fault, you know. I mean, you're the one who was drooling over that Dallas Portland. I was just trying to get that guy off the air.
Peter, that's ridiculous. He's just some pretty boy who doesn't mean anything.
You're right. Poor Tom. Thanks to me, he's fallen even further than Charlie Rose.
Today on CBS This Morning, we'll be talking about how much sleep you need to not be drunk from the night before.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
What the hell do you want? I'm here to say, I'm sorry about what happened. Let me make it up to you. I'm the one who made you lose your job. I'll find you a new one.
Don't bother. I'm washed up. Everyone saw what I did. And besides, I can't do anything else. I was born to be a newsman.
I want to help you get back on your feet.
Go home, Peter. You've already done enough. Thanks to you, it's over for me. Like Billy Zane.
Sorry I let you down, Tom.
Oh my God! Look! Up on the roof!
Holy crap! Doritos Tacos is only for a limited time? And oh no! Tom Tucker's gonna jump! Tom, I got here as fast as I could. So what's going on?
It's over for me, Peter. If I can't anchor the local news, I have no reason to live.
Look, Tom, before you do anything crazy, you should know one thing. I have that exact same bathrobe.
Hey, Tom, the camera's gonna be on you in a second.
What the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? Getting an interview with a crazed jumper on the brink of suicide. This is huge.
Wait a second. You heard wrong, Dallas. There's a jumper here, but it ain't Tom. It's me.
What?
That's right. Tom was just trying to talk me down. And if there's a news story here, the only one I'm giving it to is Tom Tucker.
Good evening, Quahog. This is Tom Tucker atop a roof where a local crazy person is preparing to end it all.
Bonnie, Tom Tucker's back on the news. Oh, here you are. Tom Tucker's back.
I know. Tell us, crazy person, why are you doing all this?
I'll tell you why. I'm doing this because I ruined a guy's life. And I feel awful about it. It's the only thing I can think of to make things right.
I think I speak for all our viewers when I say, don't do this. Please, come down off this ledge with me.
You got it. If that's what the most trusted newsman in Quahog wants. Pigeon! It's fine, he landed on people.
Wait, hang on a second, Shelby. I can't hear you over my brokers. Buy! Sell! Buy! Buy!
Wow, buying and selling?
Yeah. Well, I'll see you Saturday. I better go. My helicopter's here. Fadoo. Are you still... By the way, you have no idea what a helicopter sounds like. Are you still keeping up this charade? Yeah, but it's perfect. Shelby's already off work, so I'll just grab the ring, and we can bring it back before they close.
If you're referring to the ring that I thought was a lug nut, I ate it.
What? Why would you eat a lug nut?
I was dared.
By who?
By myself. I have low self-esteem.
We should check in on this guy more. Oh my God, this can't be happening. Chris, that was a diamond ring. Do you know how expensive that was?
I'm sorry, Brian. But don't worry, it'll come out of my body sooner or later.
He's right. I ate a dime once. It became a manhole cover for like 3 days, but then pow!
Yay, like at a sleepover.
I love you. You're loved.
Why are we at a health food store?
Well, we gotta get that ring out of you. And this is a place where people buy disgusting cereals to help them poop.
Well, which one should we buy?
I don't know, let's ask. Are there any gray-haired lesbian art teachers who can help us select a fiber cereal? This won't take long. We know your large dogs are tied up outside.
All sex is rape! All sex is rape!
When I first joined this cause, I was just trying to get this guy to poop. But now, we're this close to getting sex outlawed in the United States. All right, Chris, nothing's gotten that ring out yet. That's why we brought you to this fast food roast beef restaurant.
Yeah, I'll take the Angus steak melt.
I'm sorry, are you here to poop something out?
Yes.
Okay, this line is just for regular diners. You need to get in that line.
Excuse me, is this the line for people who need to puke something up?
I think this is just the poop line.
Cheers.
You know what restaurant we're talking about. I don't know what else to do. We've tried everything. Brian, the jeweler closes at 6. You don't have much time left to return that ring. You're right.
You know, Brian, this wouldn't have happened if you were just honest with women and had an ounce of integrity.
Don't pull rank on me. You ate a ring, you worthless tub of crap.
Yeah? Well, who's gonna be fishing through a tub of crap soon, you unemployed butt munch?
Whoa, let's calm down, guys.
Shut up, you unemployed butt munch!
Okay.
Hey, Lois, what's going on here?
Oh, it's my book club, Peter. Come, join us.
Oh, okay. I faked my own death once. disappointment for this guy.
But we welcome all of God's children in their hour of need.
Well, actually, I think we need it for more than an hour. Or do we, right, Lois? I do not last very long. Look at this, Cleveland. Front of the bus, back of the bus, middle of the bus. You guys are doing great. So I'm going to measure your penis, and then I'm going to measure my penis, and we're going to see whose is bigger.
Doesn't really seem fair.
All right, let's see what you got. Stupid game, anyway.
I have to say, Peter, I am impressed by how much you have committed yourself to Islam.
Are you kidding? It's awesome. I even started wearing leather sandals with way too long toenails. See how the big ones are getting yellow?
Ah, yes, very Muslim.
We did it! We found the treasure! You know what, Peter? Why don't you open it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll open it. Here, hold this.
Well, then sell the cow, and be sure you get real money for it.
What else would I get?
I don't know, magic beans?
There are magic beans?
I don't know. Who cares?
What's magic about him?
Don't get magic beans, you idiot.
What? I never even freaking heard of magic beans till you said them. If I do get them, it's you what caused it. Oh, come on. I'm supposed to go into town and sell this cow.
Oh, you're selling that cow? I don't have much, but I'll give you some magic beans for it.
That's exactly what I was supposed to get.
I said not magic beans.
Look, well, let's just admit we both kind of got our wires crossed and commit to being clearer in the future. Well, looks like it's just you and me, Shadow.
Hey, Peter, my kid's selling Girl Scout cookies, and we're collecting for Janet's pregnancy. Softball sign-up? Trick or treat for UNICEF? Oh, pitch in for Ed's retirement cake? Holiday party? Company picnic? Secret Santa? Carpool info?
Oh, finally! Now I can get myself to the... Uh-oh! So it was just your medicine, huh? Well, I guess I can understand that. You know, I'm addicted to nasal spray. I smell everything! I'm invincible! I'm probably going to be a little down until I use the spray again.
In Greece, it was commonly held that one could speak to the gods from the top of Mount Olympus. We should probably go there.
What do you mean, gods? There's more than one?
Yes, Peter, Greece is polytheistic.
Quick, Peter, say something so he thinks you know what he's talking about. Words.
Yeah, you get it.
Man, how the hell am I going to quit smoking? I wish smoking could just quit me instead. Thank you for meeting me here. I have something very important to tell you.
I have something important to tell you, too. Peter, I think we should see other people.
Okay. Good. That's what I was going to say, too.
I thought you liked working at the toy factory.
Hell no. I always wanted to be a podiatrist.
Thanks to you, Dr. Griffin, my bunion is healed and I can walk without pain.
This isn't a joke. I once had legitimate aspirations. Jack? 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 Jack. What is that?
Are you going to open this door, or am I going to start killing people?
I'm not opening it. Excuse me, I'd just like to ask the mom behind me who told me to stop watching Game of Thrones on my laptop if I'm still the worst person on this plane.
You, fat guy, get up here! Last chance.
Peter, what the hell? Where's your ski mask?
It's kind of hard to breathe in those things, so I just dressed up like Harry Potter.
All right, let's go.
Lois, if anything should happen to us, I want you to know I haven't been happy for a long time.
Yes, Peter, you've told me that like 10 times. All right, all the lights are out. They must be asleep.
It's go time.
Peter, what the hell was that?
That's what you do, Lois. Okay, now take this walkie-talkie and confirm that I'm at the various checkpoints.
Okay. Peter up on a telephone pole?
Check.
Peter cutting the wires to the alarm?
Check.
Sexy Peter distracting the guards?
Check. Hello, boys. Come up and have sex with me sometime.
Van full of Peters who all have stern faces because they're about to pull off a heist.
Check.
Upside down Peter, who isn't revealed to be upside down until the camera spins around and shows that he is.
Check.
Peter in an open airplane door slapping other Peters on the back as they parachute out.
Go, 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 go! Check!
Super gymnastic Asian Peter contorted into a box that will be delivered into the house. Peter who hasn't answered because something has gone terribly wrong. Peter? Peter, are you there?
Now let's go get that kid.
Okay, he's in the left upstairs bedroom.
All right, you keep the car going in case there's trouble. All right, I got him, Lois.
Peter, what the? That's not Scotty! That's Ben!
Oh. Well, you know, we ain't known this family that long. I'm still learning everybody's names.
Damn it, put him back and go get Scotty, the baby!
Okay, so I'll go get the baby, and while I'm doing that, maybe you do something about that snatchy tone. Lois, is this the right one?
Shh, Peter! Yes! Now come on!
What was that? I don't know. It came from Scotty's room.
All right, we did it!
Yes, we got the kid and the treasure.
Peter, there's no treasure.
Oh, well, never mind then. Oh my God, Joe, there's a man on the wing!
Peter, there's no man on the wing.
There is, I saw him!
Peter, stop being ridiculous.
I'm telling you, lift up the shade, there's a man on the wing!
Fine.
It's me. I'm the man on the wing.
Peter, how the hell did you get out there? Are you crazy? Get back in here, Peter!
What the hell's going on back there? We're losing altitude.
Connie Jennings? Oh my God. I know she was upset, but do you think Lois would have gone so far as to kidnap him?
Of course she did. She'll do anything for attention.
I know. She's like the boy who cried wolf.
Wolf! Wolf! Did you hear that? Somebody needs help.
Let's go.
Ah! Oh my God! Charles! Oh my God! I'll run and get help. No! We've got to carry him. We can't leave him here. There's a wolf!
There's not really a wolf.
What?
Oh, my kids. I love them.
Charlie! Charlie!
This was so funny in my head when I planned it.
Peter, you left the flap open.
Like 1,000 degrees in here, Lois.
Close the tent now. It's freezing.
Headline, Woman Cold. Aw, look at the little guy. So peaceful. Hey, wake up! We got one more. Now, if this don't get you to sleep, nothing will. Cinderella by Nobody Remembers.
Whatever you have to do, Brian, but never let him know he's got talent.
Yeah, you're right. It won't be so hard. After all, I've certainly done worse. I replaced Peter's I Can't Believe It's Not Butter with real butter.
But, what? I can't believe.
I don't know, Doctor. Looking back, I think it may have been real butter.
Your husband murdered 3 children.
No way! Those guys have a TV in their car! They're watching Operation Dumbo Sex with Don Knotts.
Professor, you've got to impregnate this elephant or the entire species will become extinct.
You mean I gotta put this thing in that thing? Well, this is a job that's not worth the money.
Peter, watch the road.
Lois, get off my back, will you? I'm trying to watch TV.
I swear to God, sometimes I think your head's screwed on backwards. I mean, do you have any idea?
Hey, Crashy, what are you doing down there?
I'm entitled to these things, Lewis. Especially after I got shafted by that Asian Santa at the mall.
What you want? What you want for Christmas?
I was thinking maybe one of those old-timey...
Too late. Take too long. Sad Christmas. What you want?
Fire truck!
What color?
Red!
Next!
Ah!
Oh, damn, which one's a Chinese one? That's probably it.
You stop make bing bong. Every bing bong 2 cents. What you want?
Yeah, I'm here to pick up my cleaning.
Bye, Patty. Bye, Esther. Bye, overzealous Asian kids lining up to be the first ones in school tomorrow.
Go away. No time to say bye. I pass you because you lose focus. Damn, lost focus. Life over.
And the worst thing is that he's not even a douche. He's a nice guy. I like him.
Oh, honey, that sounds awful. I know what'll cheer you up. You want to scratch my pet rabbit Steven on his nose with your index finger? I like rabbits because you can pull their ears back and make them look like Asian people. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Give me Kaya. Give me Redis.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. I guess it could take Peter a long time to find a job in this economy.
Well, may not be that bad, Lois. I could see about getting back my old job as a police sketch artist. Now, did you get a look at the man who assaulted you?
I did.
Okay, can I get a description?
Yeah, he was probably around 5'9", 5'10".
Which is it, 5'9" or 5'10"?
I'd say 5'10".
Okay, we'll go 5'9" and a half. And now, how old was he?
Late 30s, maybe 37. I don't know, anywhere between 35 and 40.
Okay, well, let's say 37. How about ethnicity?
Yeah, he was Asian American.
Asian American. We talking Korean? We talking Thai? We talking Vietnamese?
Maybe Korean. Could have been Japanese, but I think Korean.
Okay, Korean. Now, how about identifying characteristics? Any marks, piercings?
He may have had a tattoo.
He may have had a tattoo? Did have a tattoo? Which one was it?
I don't know. It all happened so fast.
You know what? It's fine. I have a preliminary sketch here. Is this the man who assaulted you?
Yeah, we could really turn this place around. Play our cards right, it could be bigger than the Apollo Theater.
All right, now, next up, we got the comedy stylings of Kim Lee Sung. Give it up.
How you doing tonight? So you ever notice when two black guys come in your convenience store and one go one way and one go the other way? What they doing? What they stealing? Who with me? You stay out my store. All you stay out my store. I remember you face.
So it's weird being Japanese. Last night, my husband wanted 69. I said, why do you want beef and broccoli now?
Hey, that's Chinese.
Oh, damn it.
Dude, bad news. You're dead.
What? But I'm death.
Sorry, dude. Super death. You're done.
So, what now? I go to heaven?
Nope. When a death dies, he gets reincarnated. You're being reincarnated as a Chinese baby right now. Girl.
Hey, you guys notice how many Asians there are at this school? I mean, how'd they all get so smart?
I don't know. Guess that's just the way God made them.
Gentlemen, I give you the Asian. Ooh! Compact, hairless, and fiercely intelligent. The penises, while tiny, are extremely efficient. We're projecting 10 billion within 5 years. Also, there'll be different varieties that will all hate each other for some reason.
Do they eat just like regular food?
No, the opposite.
Look, Dad, this isn't going to be a cakewalk, all right? I'm your supervisor.
Meg, I promise I'll do better at this job than I did on the SATs. Come on. Do math.
Really? Where are you gonna go?
I don't know. Somewhere far away. Maybe China. I hear they got NASCAR there now.
Peter, you joined the Tea Party? That's right, Brian. I finally got something better to do with my Saturdays than sit at the mall and watch Japanese girls laugh at normal conversation.
So I drove to work this morning, and I had to stop for coffee. So there's a Starbucks near my house.
You people are a circus. This is the worst day of my life.
Oh, now there are plenty of people who have had worse days.
Oh, a parking ticket. I was gone 5 minutes. Oh, how could this day get any worse? Oh my Oh, God. American Johnny. American Johnny.
Holy crap, Quagmire, you're famous here.
It's American Johnny. American Johnny is back. I take a picture with the giant Samsung phone. Giant Samsung phone is also tiny Kia car. Welcome, American Johnny. We give our only best room for you. Would you like smoking or chain smoking?
Smoking, I guess?
Yes, and how many ridiculous things would you like your toilet to do?
Do you have one that goes yum, 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 yum?
Ah, presidential suite.
Fine, I go, but there's no over. I take picture of Ang Lee.
Good. He do too many white people movie anyway. You no come back ever. I know like you American. And all you American look alike.
Oh, we all look alike, do we? Well, look who's talking.
Yeah, where's Peter?
Oh, he went to get plastic surgery.
He did?
Yeah, Korea's the plastic surgery capital of the world. Nobody here thinks you look good unless you have big round eyes and a tiny little nose and chin.
Hey, guys.
Peter, are you all right?
You know what? I feel good. I feel like I want to giggle behind my hand at a lot of things and hold but not eat a big ice cream cone.
Stewie, what are you doing?
They're just doing a little Tai Chi. You know how the Asians look 30 until they're 60? This is why. Of course, then they suddenly look 100, but cross that bridge, you know.
Is this a Japanese thing?
They're Chinese. The Japanese have a whole other thing going on.
Hey, you want to see a movie? No, we're Japanese. Let's go watch a schoolgirl bang an octopus. Yeah! 어이데 낙심되게요. 삭선갑 feel good.
Well, I'm glad you get to go out in public again, Brian.
I'm glad you, Chris, and Meg are back from that Christian camp. Hey, where is Meg, anyway?
Oh, she was so mad I dragged her to Christian camp. She ran away to live with a Japanese family.
Meg. Family Guy, over. On Foxy.
All right, Peter, it's time to master the game of chess.
Okay, that shouldn't be too hard.
No, you will do it in the traditional Japanese way, on a wacky game show while a beautiful woman beats your scrotum with a reed.
Ow! I don't know which way the horse goes. Ah! Why is that guy laughing at me, and where is he? There was a time limit? Nobody told me that. Ah!
Time for good door, bad door.
Wait, how bad is the bad door?
Grandpa son, how bad was the bad door?
Not too bad. But shortly afterwards, I was almost eaten alive by an escalator. The game is still going on?
Oh, you lose chess.
What do you mean we can't go there anymore?
Who gives a crap? We'll get a new cleaners. They're all the same.
They are not all the same. Peter, I have been going to Mr. Washi Washi for 10 years, and I am not finding another dry cleaner. Now, we are going to invite him over for dinner, and you are going to apologize.
All right, fine.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Washi Washi. It's Peter Griffin. My wife wants to invite you over for dinner.
What you having?
Number 32?
Ooh.
From now on, I too will be abstinent. I'll be as untouched as the turn signal in an Asian woman's car.
How much signal I need to cut across 8 lane? None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Damn these worms. Ah, this itch.
Ryan, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, nothing. Just, some, Pilates.
Don't lie to me, Brian. I know what this is. You're looking for an ass race. First one to the kitchen wins. Go!
Come on, Brian. I'm going to make you a YouTube surfing dog. You know, one of those videos where you can't tell if he's enjoying it or not.
I love it. I hate it. Okay, Brian, you can do this. Hey, Meg.
Hi, Meg.
Hey, how's it going? My locker.
Meg, I thought we were going to try to work on that.
Here, girl. Come on, go!
What's Brian doing? Meg, Take Stewie upstairs.
What are you doing?
Oh, you don't know that either. Last chance, Brian.
Yes, I would like it, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
you want this, huh? You want the ball?
Yes, I would like to have it very
You
much.
want it, huh? You want the ball?
Yeah, I would enjoy having it. Yes, give it to me.
Go get it.
I'm sorry, Lois. I was mistaken. I thought you threw the ball in there, but I can see now you still have it.
Go get the ball.
Hey, shut up! Don't look at me. I'm dominant.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Peter, you hear that? I'm matching the sound. Is what I'm doing helping?
Hey, Lois, there's another dog in that car. Hey, there's another dog in that car. Hey, are you seeing that? Hey,
Thanks. Is it new tennis ball great?
It's 3 new tennis balls, great. I'm gonna get them all.
Anyway, be good. And while we're gone, Brian's in charge. Where is Brian?
What's up, bitches? No, I don't want to make that trade. I thought I wanted to make that trade, but I don't want to make that trade.
Ian?
Oh, hey.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I've been kind of using Rupert as a chew toy.
Chewing him with your crotch? And you know Rupert's a dude, right, you gay lord?
So here, how is it you think you know everything anyway? You don't even understand your feelings for the mailman.
You motherfucker! Get out of here! I'll kill you! But come back tomorrow, same time. I get very sad on Sundays when you're not here.
I don't know, Lois. I'm a little depressed. The accident got me thinking about how uncertain life is and how suddenly it can be taken away.
You're gonna feel back to normal in no time. Here, have some food.
I'm not hungry.
Here comes the gravy. You messy beast.
You know what? That's fine. I'll just go have a dog-style celebration by myself.
Yeah! Awesome time. This is very fun for me. Hey! Oh, hey! This is fun, right? The best! And me too!
I can't believe Horace is dead.
I can't believe we left Brian in the car with the windows up.
I'm gonna pee! Much garbage. God, this is horrible! I'm blind! Whew. Ooh, something smells good in this box. I'm blind! Now all I have is this dumb whistle. Doesn't even work. Ah, what the hell?
Oh, it's a dog whistle.
Ah!
I've always wondered what that sounds like to you.
Dog whistle! Dog whistle! Where are you, dog?
Hey, is the party good out there? Can I come out?
No, Brian, you're fine in the kitchen.
Is there food on the floor? I can clean it up.
No.
Oh, come on, Joe just dropped a cracker.
Damn it, Brian!
I can't figure out how to open the gate.
I'm gonna get killed by a cat. They'll never let me live this down in doggy heaven.
Hey, there's that guy who got killed by a cat.
Shut up. How'd you guys die?
We bit kids.
Woo!
Biting kids.
Yeah, unpettable.
I miss biting kids.
It's amazing, Brian. You can see for... Oh, you're doing your pee thing. Right. I don't really know what the point is. I mean, there's no way other dogs can smell this.
Trust me, Stewie, they'll know. They'll know the world is now mine.
No way.
restaurant get destroyed isn't super fun, but seeing the entire town come together and fail to stop the flailing mechanical shark several times is pretty funny. An above average episode that isn't the best of the season, but it's still really fun. Oh man, this episode is absolutely fantastic. From literally the first scene, this episode just continues to build and build this absolutely hilarious premise. Seeing Tina absolutely freeze up her first time behind the wheel and hitting the only other car in the parking lot, which just so happens to belong to Jimmy Pesto, is absolutely hilarious. Tina being unable to keep her lie together is incredibly true to character and makes the episode that much better. I also really like the turn from the insurance agent who reveals that he knew that they were lying and used the Belchers to pull off an insurance scam of his own. An absolutely fantastic episode and definitely the best of the season. Maybe one of the best of the series. Gene has gotten himself a girlfriend, Courtney. The problem being that Courtney is absolutely awful. And not just in the show, I absolutely hate her character, which I guess is the point of her character. She's supposed to be a super annoying, unlikable character. And despite how much I really don't like her, a lot of the episodes that she's in are really good. Spoiler, she's in more episodes down the line. But while a lot of the episodes Courtney is in are great, this one is kind of middle of the road. I think the episode does a good job of pretty accurately portraying young relationships and the really weird awkwardness that comes along with it. Not the best of the season. Man, these episode titles are long enough to be Panic at the Disco song titles. And hey, longer seasons means more holiday-related episodes. So let's hop into this Christmas episode. This episode revolves around the Belcher family taking in a man who thinks he's a mannequin who's come to life, Chet, voiced by Zach Galifianakis. He'll come back later. Chet ends up doing Christmas displays in the restaurant window and bringing a lot of business in. It's a fun episode that's a little weird, but mostly in a good way. I think the episode works for the most part, but I don't think that's enough to put it at the top of the season. While we've had a lot of episodes focusing on individual Belcher kids, their relationships with each other, and their relationships with their parents, this is a big episode in that it focuses specifically on the relationship between Linda and Louise. Honestly, both plots in this episode focus on some bonding between parents and kids. While Louise and Linda are fighting and dealing with their strained relationship, Bob takes Tina and Gene, because Gene wants to tag along, to get Tina's legs waxed. Bob even ends up waxing his legs with Tina to help her get through it. Hot dang, these really are a couple of great parents. This is another really great episode. Also, we see the return of Logan, the boy who took Louise's hat earlier this season. This is a kid-centric episode, and I think it's the first episode of the season that features the kids with all of their classmates, something that'll become more of a staple later on. A nude beach opens up, Hugo quits his job to go, just be nude. Which sounds like it'll be great for Bob, but the new health inspector is worse for different reasons. Bob ends up going to the nude beach and competing against Hugo in a decathlon to get him to take his job back. Meanwhile, the kids find out where the nude beach is and set up a telescope with Daryl. Welcome back, Daryl. It's a pretty fun episode all around, but I think it's probably mid-tier. So I haven't had a whole lot of chances to talk about this yet, but Zeke is a precious, precious boy and deserves to be protected at all costs. This episode revolves around Tina searching for the mad pooper at school. Basically, someone pooping around the school. Someone's pooping around the school. Some kind of butler. It turns out it was Zeke, and that while he was originally doing it by accident, by the end, it was for Tina. I don't like poop jokes typically, but somehow they really, really made it work this go-round. Everything in this episode is fantastic. Tiny Bob is a stroke of absolute genius and never fails to make me laugh. This is definitely the best episode of the season and possibly the series so far. Honestly, episodes revolving around Tina all seem to work incredibly well. Bob is a fantastic father, but routinely drops the ball at being a husband. Not because he doesn't care, just because he's not fantastic at remembering things. Or, I guess that he puts the restaurant first too often. But Bob decides to make up for that, and he and the kids go out and look for the love machine thing that Bob and Linda used on their first date. They do end up finding it, but it turns out that that wasn't actually Bob and Linda's first date. It was Bob and someone else. Again, Bob's not a great husband sometimes. It's not fantastic, but it's probably average at best. The Belcher family is struggling. We've seen that a lot in the series, but this episode really confronts that for the first time. Linda decides that she needs to get another job and starts work at a grocery store. There's a really good song in here where Bob begins to realize that he not only misses Linda, but that he actually does need her around the restaurant. It's really nice seeing what Linda brings to the restaurant as a whole. Her ability to strategically bounce check is honestly kind of amazing, and has realistically kept the business afloat for years. It's also fun seeing that Linda doesn't function super well at a more normal job, where she has someone besides Bob to deal with. A good episode that's a little above average. So while I've talked extensively about my distaste for poop jokes, apparently toilet jokes are perfectly fine because I love this episode. The whole E.T. parody works really well, and Gene's love for a smart toilet is somehow not incredibly surprising and weirdly wholesome. This episode again brings in a bunch of the kids' friends, which I absolutely love. They're quickly becoming some of my favorite characters in the show, especially Zeke. I think the inversion of the E.T. storyline with an evil toilet hunter lurking in the woods works incredibly well. I also really like the B-plot of Bob in a dead man's suit for the entire episode, before the man-son takes the suit back and Bob ends up in his underwear. A fantastic episode all around. Another episode that I love, and both my fiance and my friends are very well aware of this fact because I sing the main song from this episode all the time. It's really becoming a problem. This is the episode that I usually think of when I think of Bob's Burgers. It has basically everything in it that I think makes a good episode. Gail and Mr. Fish Odor, check. Good music, double check. A strategic takedown of Thomas Edison, the liar, thief, and elephant murderer, check. It works on basically every single friend. Now, despite me talking about how much I love this episode, just based on this rewatch, I don't think it's the best episode of the series, but it definitely is up there. I said like 5 episodes or so ago that it seems like Tina-centric episodes seem to just work incredibly well. And hot dang, this is another absolute banger of an episode. So after Jimmy Jr. kind of leads Tina on, Josh ends up asking Tina to a dance. Remember Josh? Yeah, we didn't really talk about him. He's in the B-plot of an earlier episode. I didn't talk about it because it's kind of a nothing subplot, but he's voiced by Ben Schwartz, so that's fun. I like seeing Jimmy Jr. actually being jealous for once, and this really does end in the most Tina way possible. After she says that she can't pick between the two of them, she offers to make it work between all 3 of them, and she ends up alone. It's a really fun episode all around, definitely one of the better episodes. This is yet another really great episode. And this is the first episode that takes place outside of the unnamed northeastern town that the Belchers live in. Yes, the town is in the northeast. I've gotten a lot of comments about it on other videos I've done. It's in the northeast. But this episode actually takes place in Florida and features the return of Linda's parents. Both the kids and their parents are facing their fears throughout the episode. Gene, Tina, and Louise are facing a snake, and Bob and Linda are facing a group of elderly swingers. It's a good episode that does a really good job of building up our main characters even more. And I love Gene refusing to go out and look for the snake and being the tech guy. It's hilarious. This episode feels like a step down, but not because it's not a good episode. It's just because it's following up some of the best episodes that the series has to offer, at least so far. In a bit of a cliche episode trope, the family is on a family game show, and they keep winning and coming back. They eventually end up facing off against the Pestos. The Pestos. Why does it feel weird to say that? Jimmy Pesto's family, and also Trev. It's a fun episode and definitely feels above average, but it's far from the top of the season, let alone the series. This episode gives us another weirdly specific trait for Bob. He has hemophilia, which means that Tina and Louise both carry that gene, and their kids down the line will likely have the disease. Fun. Bob cuts his finger and Linda takes him to the hospital. They decide to leave Tina in charge, and another fun case of Bob, Linda, these children are going to get into hijinks. Why would you leave them home alone? The kids end up starting a literal underground casino, and Mr. Fish Odor shows up because he's just the right level of degenerate. He ends up winning around $5,000 from the Belchers, and they need to win in order to not lose absolutely everything. Bob ends up beating him in rock, paper, scissors as Mr. Fish Odor doesn't think Bob can throw scissors because of the stitches. And Bob rips his stitches open in order to keep his family afloat. A pretty good episode overall. Tina is excited to go to a boy band concert, but Gail has to cancel. Tina and Louise, who is not excited about the concert at all, end up making their way to the concert on their own. While Louise is originally not excited, she immediately develops a crush, her first crush, on Boo Boo, the leading boy of the four boys. Now, she doesn't handle it super well. They end up slipping onto the boys' bus, and Louise slaps the ever-loving heck out of Boo Boo. The B-plot revolves around Gene getting really into tablescaping. He goes to a competition and ends up getting 4th place. It's a really fun episode, and all around really funny. Solid. This episode introduces us to yet another mainstay of a side character, regular-sized Rudy.
Regular-sized Rudy? Why do they call you that?
Just look at me.
Okay.
The episode mainly focuses around the father-daughter relationship of Bob and Louise. These two are probably the closest of the family, and it's nice to see episodes based around building and evolving this relationship further. This episode really kind of focuses in on showing us how similar Louise and Bob actually are. He immediately is able to find her when she sneaks away from the field trip, and she is immediately able to convince him to do some more exploring. It's nice. Meanwhile, Tina is showing a nerdy kid how to be cooler, and he's trying to do the same for her. And Gene and Zeke end up being paired together. They're both absolutely precious. A very good episode overall. Gene has signed up to play baseball, but sweet baby Gene has the natural athleticism of, well, a young Gene Belcher. It's not good. He causes his team to lose, so Linda wants to send him to a baseball camp, but they probably can't afford it. The camp is very obviously a scam, but Bob sells his new espresso machine to afford the camp. But Tina has become addicted to caffeine and basically forces Bob down to get his money back. It's an alright episode, I guess. Tina's espresso addiction and the lengths that she goes to get the machine back is pretty funny, but I don't think that in and of itself is enough to bring this episode above a hard mid-tiering. Oh man, this season absolutely kicks. As far as I can remember, this series doesn't go through a The Office Season 8 situation where the show takes a drastic drop in quality. But man, almost every episode that I think of right off the bat when I think of this series seems to come from this season. I'm not that far through the series yet, but I can already tell that a good bit of the top episodes are probably going to be from this season. An absolutely fantastic season of television, and it probably saved the show. Especially considering that this was the first full season that the show ended up getting. On to the next. So, this is another one of those episodes that kind of falls into a bit of a weird place for me. I enjoyed some parts of it, it was pretty funny, but it seemed like everything didn't fully come together for it, if that makes sense. There are a lot of jokes that work, but a good bit that don't. Maybe it's the lack of the usual background characters, I'm not really sure. Bob and Linda get lost in the woods while camping, an alright premise that feels mostly delivered on. An alright start to the season, but definitely nowhere near the top of the series. Honestly, this episode might be the poster child for middle-of-the-road episodes. This episode's actually like 4 years older than the game, so let's just nip that in the bud before I get going. This is yet another Halloween episode and features the return of Daryl. The kids are showing off their surprisingly well put together fort when Millie, Louise's new archenemy, shows up and keeps them trapped there while she goes trick-or-treating. I love basically everything about this episode. The kids' characters play off each other super well, and I love the addition of Millie. Her character is something I didn't know that I wanted, but makes perfect sense. A foil for Louise. Someone who's weirdly on her level and weirdly obsessed with her. The B-plot of Bob and Linda putting together a Halloween costume and going trick-or-treating with it is great as well.
Bob?
No.
Is that you?
No, what?
Bob, from the burger place.
No way, I'm not.
I recognize you anyway.
I'm not.
That is hilarious.
It's still not me.
That is hilarious.
It's not me.
A fantastic episode overall. This episode is kind of rare, in the fact that Linda is solely in the A-plot. Usually she's paired with Bob or a kid, but this time she's on her own. Or at least on her own with a handsome seaplane pilot. And Linda takes full advantage of her rare time in the spotlight. She's absolutely fantastic in this episode, from her first line about painting the town beige. Mr. Fischoeder is also fun in this episode, just kind of showing up and throwing out one-liners.
Oh, you should teach at my school.
And you should work in my coal mine. Gotta go.
The only thing I wasn't a huge fan of in this episode is that it kind of feels low stakes for the vast majority of it. We know Linda isn't going to cheat on Bob, and seeing Bob get more and more nervous about it doesn't work super well. Still, it's a good episode. At first glance, a storyline about Bob going to fill in as a cook at a frat house sounds about as off the rail as an episode could get. But I guess in that regard, the episode actually works fairly well. Seeing Bob kind of regress back to what he probably would have been like back in college is fun. And much like the previous one, this is a bit of a different type of episode where Bob is, for the most part, on his own. No wife, no kids. Until a little later. This episode is kind of good despite its vaguely weird plot, which is a weird thing to say, I think, mid-tier. Yet another Thanksgiving episode, and much like the previous, this is another really good episode. It brings in some characters who weren't around for the previous Thanksgiving episode, like Gail. Gail's a fun addition to this, and she definitely makes sense being there. So someone keeps putting Bob's beloved turkeys into the toilet every night. That's the plot. It's simple but effective. It's a funny episode. I really liked Bob continually going to the grocery store, getting the guy at the counter thinking Bob was hitting on him. It's also kind of refreshing that Bob was also, pretty receptive to the idea, it wasn't played down or anything. The only thing I really don't like about this episode is the twist that it was Bob sleepwalking the whole time. It seemed like kind of the obvious way to go with it, but at least they explained it with the cat allergy pills. Another very good episode. This is another Linda-centric episode, which is a great thing that we're blessed with these longer seasons. It gives a lot more characters time to be built up. So, Linda being in a band back in the day is something that just kind of makes sense for her character. Them being generally not great also makes sense. This also kind of breaks the trend of Bob, Linda, these children are going to get into hijinks, why would you leave them home alone? They actually get the kids a babysitter, who the kids then bully into taking them to their mother's high school reunion. It's a fun episode, but it's nothing special in terms of the show at large. Although I absolutely love the song that Gail wrote. It's quintessential Gail. This episode itself is probably a bit above average, but it's nothing to write home about. Bob is filling in as a home ec teacher. This gives him a chance to interact with characters that he normally wouldn't have much screen time with. Basically, all of the kids' friends. And Bob and all of the kids' characters actually mesh really, really well together. This episode is fantastic. And most importantly, we get to see our sweet baby boy Zeke take a more central role than he normally does. It's actually fun how similar Bob and Zeke are when it comes to cooking, and it's really wholesome how Bob keeps encouraging Zeke despite Zeke being very vocal about teachers and other people kind of giving up on him. The episode as a whole works very well, is super funny, and is probably the best episode of the season so far. This is an episode premise that I can definitely relate to. Christmas decorations being put up the instant Halloween is over is something that I deal with. So when their second Christmas tree is dead by Christmas, Linda insists on taking the kids and getting a new one on Christmas Eve. After some classic Belcher misunderstandings, they end up being terrorized by a truck shaped like a candy cane. It's a pretty fun episode, and it's definitely a good twist on the usual genres by doing a horror-esque story on Christmas. Also, seeing Teddy basically shut down after being caught in one of the kids' traps to catch Santa is pretty hilarious. It's an above-average episode. Not the best, but certainly a fun time. Now, if you've been paying attention, while we've talked about the kids at school a good bit, the vast majority of them aren't Louise's age. She really doesn't seem to have any friends her own age. In this episode, Linda takes matters into her own hands and invites over a couple girls from Louise's class against her will for a surprise slumber party. I love that Jean is absolutely all about the fashion show, and Louise, one by one, getting all of the girls to leave, aside from Jessica, is equally great. It's a funny episode, and it's really nice seeing Louise actually connect with someone in her own grade. It's a pretty wholesome ending to an episode that's overall pretty good. This is a hard thing for me to actually say, so maybe prepare yourself. Get a coffee, a snack, and take a seat. This is a Tina-centric episode that isn't good.
Don't gasp, Linda. Don't you gasp.
Shh. I know. We'll get through this. This episode isn't terribly funny. Bob being terrorized by a magician doesn't really work super well, and Tina going on a revenge warpath seems a bit out of character for her. I guess the part at the end where the magician reveals that he farted on the meats that Bob licked as revenge was funny. I don't know, not a great episode by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't realize how many episodes actually brought Randy back. Anyways, he's back to help the Belchers film a local Super Bowl commercial. Bob ends up basically cutting the rest of the family out of the commercial in order to feature a former professional football player. But Jimmy ends up finding out and basically copies Bob's idea and puts out essentially the same commercial. Jean ends up clogging the toilet at Jimmy Pesto's restaurant, and some of the customers head over to Bob's restaurant. Kind of a mid-tier episode. I really don't think that this episode is overly funny, and the plot is kind of weak at best. I do like seeing the commercial the family wanted to put together at the very end of the episode, but that's not really enough to pull this episode out of the middle of the pack. This is the first vignette episode that we see in the series. Basically just an episode made up of smaller stories, something we'll see a bit more of as the series continues. In this case, the kids have written these stories for a school project, and Mr. Frond is reading them to their parents. The stories are all very representative of which kid wrote them. It's a pretty fun episode, and I like the reveal at the end that Mr. Frond is kind of just upset that he's the villain in all of the kids' stories. He's just kind of curious why the kids don't really like him, but I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? While the episode itself is fun and has a solid amount of jokes, I don't think it's the best that the series has had to offer so far. An above-average episode. Tina isn't invited to Tammy's bat mitzvah, but is forced to go after Bob's Burgers is hired to cater the event. Tina ends up basically becoming the center of attention for the whole thing after she takes over as party planner. This episode also gives us the rare pairing of Louise and Tammy. They actually play off each other really well, with Louise obviously not being afraid to call Tammy out on her crap. The episode itself is pretty funny, as are most episodes that revolve around Tina. But what I think really makes the episode shine are all these small character interactions littered throughout. Solid episode. Teddy truly is the purest person. When he finds out that Bob and Linda are having trouble finding a sitter for when they go to a burger convention, but apparently that's a thing, Teddy volunteers to watch the kids for a few days while they're gone. It's interesting seeing Bob viewed as a successful, egotistical restaurateur when we know that in reality it's the complete opposite. But Bob's sarcasm and jokes not being read correctly online is something that makes complete sense. It's funny seeing Bob and Linda in this uncomfortable situation, and they handle it about as well as you'd expect. On the other end of things, Teddy really is doing his best to be viewed as the Belchers kids' uncle. And him managing to bond with Jean and Louise and eventually standing up for Tina is really no small feat. He absolutely tried his best. This is a good episode. I love that all the other burger bloggers have super creative names and Bob is just Burger Bob. It's definitely above average, but still towards the middle of the pack. I really like this episode, and it kind of feels like a good change of pace. The Belchers are going onto a wine train, and the kids end up stuck in the caboose with regular-sized Rudy. They spend the bulk of the episode planning and pulling off an elaborate chocolate heist, which they manage to do successfully. In the other plot, Bob ends up taking part in a wine taste-off, when he really doesn't know wine. Watching the guy he's going against try to figure out what wine they're tasting is pretty funny, and the way Linda gamed the whole thing by using the spitting bucket instead of regular wine is both genius and hilarious. It's nice that Bob and Linda know each other so well that they're able to do something like that. A good episode overall, one of the best of the season for sure. This episode is a strange one because it really turns one of the Belchers into the bad guy for the story. In this case, it's Linda. She's bumped her head and now she 100% believes she has psychic powers. Because, of course she does. The problem with that being that she's now starting to try and help the police force. It's basically just a psych parody, but Linda isn't nearly as good at observation and is starting to lead the police down the wrong route. But, coincidentally, Bob and the kids figure out who actually is doing the crimes. I don't know, it's honestly not my favorite. Honestly, it's kind of weak, probably a bit below average. Oh man, this is a really good episode. In fact, this is another one of those episodes that I first think of when I think of Bob's Burgers. It really touches on all of the individual aspects that make an episode of Bob's Burgers great. Off-the-wall weirdness? Check. The family being incredibly loving of one another? Check. A Tina-centric episode? Check. This is a fantastic episode that follows the family as they try to navigate what's very obviously a brony parallel to get back an Equestronaut doll that Tina was tricked out of that's both very expensive and very sentimental to her and the family. The episode really feels like it's firing on all cylinders and even has Bob get a tattoo, or at least part of one. And what's kind of cool is they do keep that pretty consistent in the future. Best episode of the season for sure. I don't know if they're pronouncing ambergris wrong or if Futurama has led me astray.
You're covered in precious ambergris.
Precious hamburgers? But I'm saying ambergris. Deal with it. And pronunciation aside, I don't think this episode works super well. The kids find a huge chunk of ambergris on the beach and decide to try and sell it and split the profit. I mean, I guess Gene just wants to eat it, which is also really weird. They kind of end up fighting about it, and seeing the kids fight really isn't my favorite, but there aren't many stellar jokes that can help bring this episode up. We're also introduced to Mr. Fischoder's brother Felix, who decides to completely redo Bob's bathroom. I don't know, there's not a lot to talk about with this episode. Not very good. It's been kind of whiplash the last few episodes. Great, bad, and now great again. So yes, this is another great one. And unlike a previous episode, I think this one handles Dr. Yap and the whole idea of dentistry as a whole much better. Louise is terrified of the dentist and now she has her first ever cavity. So she handles it as maturely as she knows how. She sneaks out of the dentist office and runs away, ending up at Gail's. Bob and Linda figure this out and send Tina and Gene over as inside agents to get Gail to drive Louise crazy enough to return home and get her tooth fixed. This episode works really well and puts Gail's insanity on full display. It's really funny the whole way through and is probably one of the best of the season. This episode, I think, is very, very close to being great. But the only problem is that it has just a bit too many storylines actually going on. If they had focused in on some of what they had a bit more, I think it could have been a much stronger episode. Anyways, Gene becomes a cheerleader after Tina tries out. Linda is super excited about it. Louise takes advantage of the fact that Tina can't talk, and that's a whole subplot, and Mr. Ambrose, the librarian, is incredibly extra. The episode itself is pretty funny, but the whole episode feels just a bit too unfocused, even for a Bob's Burgers episode. Especially in comparison to the episode that was right before it that felt hyper-focused on its story. An alright episode that could have been more. So, this episode is something that we haven't seen before, a two-parter. And they really do their best to make it feel like a big, epic series finale. But being a two-parter comes with its own set of problems that the usual episodes don't typically have to deal with. In this instance, this episode is mainly just a setup for the payoff in the next episode. And as a result, the episode ends up kind of being boring. And I don't want to judge this episode based off its payoffs in the next episode. So this one is towards the bottom of the list. So as opposed to the last one, this episode is almost entirely payoffs for the setups that the last episode spent the whole time preparing. For the bulk of the episode, Bob and Mr. Fischoder are in legitimate danger. They're tied up under the pier and the tide is very slowly coming in. And despite their best efforts, Linda and the kids are having trouble figuring out where exactly Bob's being held. It's a really good episode that honestly feels a little out of place in Bob's Burgers because of the super high stakes. This series isn't one that typically sets out to handle stories like this, but I think it does so fairly well. It just took an entire episode to get to this point. But seeing Felix just kind of get off with almost murdering his brother and Bob is a little frustrating. And I guess it's probably supposed to be. Anyways, a fun episode, definitely above average. So while Season 4 was still very good, it's really hard to follow Season 3. But that doesn't mean the season isn't good, because it is. A lot of the most classic episodes come straight from the season, and the writers definitely aren't afraid to experiment with the show's format, even this far into the run. With double episodes and vignette episodes, it's nice to see the writers still willing to try new things to see if there's anything to be gained from these different formats. And we got some absolutely incredible episodes from that. But on the other end of things, this season has a couple of duds, as any season of any show with over 20 episodes would. But overall, I think the season is very, very strong, and that's a good sign that the show will continue on at the quality we've seen. This episode, a lot of the time, feels like it's firing on all cylinders, but there are some lulls in the plot where everything kind of feels like it comes to a screeching halt. Gene's 80-themed musical doesn't get selected to be put on, so he decides to put on a secret underground one-man rendition of Die Hard the musical. For the most part, both musicals aren't, well, good. But after everything kind of blows up and the two musicals decide to merge together in 30 minutes, they somehow put together a much better musical. Which is kind of weird, right? Like, the acting, singing, and music all got much better in 30 minutes, which I know is supposed to show that them coming together is the best thing, but it kind of sticks out to me. Maybe that's a nitpick. A good episode overall, and a solid start to the season. This is this season's Halloween episode, and I'm happy they went a different route than the typical kids trick-or-treating episode. It was fun the first few times, but it's nice to see a change of pace instead of resting on tried and true plot lines. This episode has Tina believing that they've trapped the spirit of a boy in a box, and she, of course, falls in love with it. She carries it around, and Jeff, the ghost in the box, ends up becoming incredibly popular with the kids at Wagstaff. Popular enough that Tammy actually steals him away. Tina ends up tricking everyone at the end of the episode in a way that we usually don't see from her. It's actually kind of refreshing seeing Tina stand up for herself like this. Another pretty good episode. This is one of those rare Teddy-centric episodes, or at least it focuses on the relationship between Teddy and Bob. Teddy is Bob's best customer, but he's become a lot more than that over the years. You don't call a customer to turn off your oven when you're out buying a Christmas tree or have them babysit your kids on short notice for a few days. Teddy has become Bob's best friend, but Bob seems hesitant about actually calling Teddy that, and that's kind of the theme of this episode. Teddy's been told that his cholesterol is too high, probably because he eats at Bob's every day. Bob cuts him off and eventually begins working out with Teddy, realizing that they actually are best friends. It's an alright episode. I kind of feel like Teddy deserves better, honestly. For as much as he does for the family, they really take him for granted. Mid-tier. It's time for another Thanksgiving episode, and much like this season's Halloween episode, they're trying something a bit different this time around. And again, I think that's for the best. This episode has the family actually splitting up on Thanksgiving. Linda and the kids are heading down to the new running of the turkeys, and Bob is staying home and relaxing. Not even cooking for once. The birds end up being incredibly aggressive, and a Dawn of the Dead type situation breaks out. It's a really fun episode that I think works really well. It's a nice spin on the traditional Thanksgiving episode that takes it in more of a horror survival direction. Solid episode, very good overall. We're over 70 episodes into this review, so we've had our fair share of Gene-centric episodes. But this feels different. This gives us a more down-to-earth, emotional story than we're used to seeing with Gene. The story revolves around Gene trying to make up for forgetting his father's special ingredient, black garlic, while he's competing in a burger competition. Gene messes up a lot, but is distraught when he finds out that the rest of the family thinks that he's a screw-up. Despite all of Gene's joking and his playful nature, hearing something like that really does take a toll on him. So, at the end of the episode, when Gene is trying to get the ingredient to Bob and he needs to run through what is basically a gauntlet of things seemingly designed to distract Gene, he does end up coming through in the end for Bob, who unfortunately fails to win the competition, losing to a celebrity chef voiced by Kumail Nanjiani. It's a fantastic episode that does more than basically 5 seasons to explore the character of Gene. Towards the top of the list for sure. We've seen a lot of Linda's family, specifically Gail, but we haven't seen much from Bob's side. We've heard in the past that Bob's father sold his restaurant, but now we're getting a whole episode inside of that restaurant that was sold. It's kind of a plot hole. The episode itself is pretty straightforward, which in and of itself is kind of a change of pace this season. They've done a lot of genre bending so far, and it's a breath of fresh air to get an episode this straightforward. But that doesn't mean the episode itself isn't strong. Big Bob is almost exactly how you'd expect him to be after hearing about how terrible Bob's childhood was. Bob and his father do end up facing off and getting a sense of normalcy between them for the first time in years. And seeing that Big Bob kept the first review that Bob's Burgers, the restaurant, got, and that he's actually proud of him is really nice. A good episode for sure. This episode is kind of a weird one. On the surface level, it looks like a teen episode, but dig a bit deeper, and this is kind of a Louise episode as well. The episode functions as a spy story, which includes Louise going undercover. Twice. Tina and Louise are trying to find out who the mole in Tina's Thunder Girls troupe is, and they are eventually successful. What I really like about this episode is the nice moment at the end where Louise admits that she really just wanted to hang out with Tina, and Tina gives her a friendship bracelet. In the B-plot, Linda goes blonde but thinks that it's making her dumb. It's meh. If not for the kind of boring B-plot, I think this episode could be ranked super high. But with that, I think it's just a bit above average. This is another one of those episodes that I think just screams middle of the road for the series. On the bright side of the episode, we're blessed with a lot of the series' best boy, Zeke, and he's trying to do something nice for his grandmother. But on the downside, we're met with a B-plot so forgettable that even after I watched this episode to write this, I had to go back and re-watch it because I forgot what had happened. It revolves around Bob, Linda, and the restaurant's regulars doing some drawing. This is the weird and rare Tina-centric episode Misfire. But, of course, it's not bad by any means. But by this point, we've seen enough of the show to know that Zeke isn't lying about his grandmother. The show has beats that it's likely to hit in its episodes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good structure, but this doesn't feel like it does anything beyond that. Mid-tier. Another episode that I think is just middle of the road, but at least this time when I say that, it's a pun. This episode features Tina actually facing off against Louise, which is something that we really don't see often. After building their own go-kart, Louise wins the right to drive it, but she's absolutely terrible at driving right off the bat. Tina, however, shows an aptitude that we don't usually see from her. Tina even ends up getting drafted to race in a much higher division than Louise is currently racing at. The two eventually face off and Tina pushes Louise to victory, choosing family over victory itself. It's nice. In the B-plot, Bob and Linda start selling some of Teddy's homebrewed beer secretly and have to hide it from Hugo. It's an alright episode. I enjoyed it more than the previous one at least. This is a fantastic episode and really shows off everything that makes Bob's Burgers great. Bob makes a deal to finally get his plot in the community garden so he can grow his own vegetables to use for the restaurant. The downside to this? Well, he's agreed to give Logan, Louise's high school-aged rival, a job. This goes about as well as you can expect, with a whole song being sung about the duality of what Bob and his family are dealing with. Bob is obviously enjoying the garden, while Linda and Louise are being driven insane by Logan. It's nice seeing how much the family is willing to deal with to make one of them happy, something I'm sure I said a bunch of times in this video already. But Bob does end up going overboard with his garden and disregarding his family's feelings and gets called out on it. A good episode overall. Daryl has come to Tina with a new plan to help Tina get Jimmy Jr. and him get Rosa, a girl he has a crush on. The two of them are going to pretend to date in order to up their social standings. Everything actually goes according to plan aside from one minor detail. Tina has fallen for Daryl. The episode itself works really well, and Tina and Daryl aren't a pair of characters that I thought would actually work as well as they do. They play off each other really well, and Tina does the right thing in the end when she helps Daryl and Rosa get together. I really like this episode. Bob's striptease in front of the window where everyone can see him is hilarious. A good episode. It's election season at Wagstaff. Tina is helping Jimmy Jr. while he's running for class president against Henry, someone who's routinely sort of there. But when Millie decides that she's running, Louise steps in to run Jimmy Jr.'s campaign, despite the fact that he was already winning and would probably have won. Louise runs the campaign into the ground, runs herself in through a fun series of events, both Louise and Millie end up getting disqualified, which leaves Henry as the de facto winner. But at the very end, we find out that Henry orchestrated the entire thing. A solid twist. The B-plot revolving around Bob and Teddy getting competitive with a knife and hammer is pretty forgettable, though. An average episode. This is another vignette episode, and this time the kids are telling stories to Gail, so she features in all of the stories, which is a nice change of pace. I also like that they work Scott Bakula into each of the stories as well. It's the right kind of dumb humor. So, the anthology episodes of Bob's Burgers, while they typically work pretty well, sit in a bit of a weird place for me. A big part of what makes Bob's Burgers so good comes from the characters and their relationships with one another. So, when you take these characters and put them in a story vacuum, it feels kind of off. Not necessarily in a bad way, it just doesn't always feel like you're watching Bob's Burgers. So, while I do really like this episode, and I think it's probably one of the better ones from the season, I'm really happy they don't do these kinds of episodes all the time. Bob has a new obsession, remote-controlled helicopters. But when his breaks for absolutely no reason, he decides to try and get his money back, but fails. He and Gene end up confronting an RC helicopter bully, and Gene shows a lot of growth and maturity this episode, which feels weird to say, but is true.
Oh, thank God you finally said it.
What I like about this episode is that we don't usually see a lot of episodes with bonding between Gene and Bob. It's nice seeing the two of them really come together, and it's a refreshing change of pace seeing Gene be mature. The B-plot revolves around Tina figuring out how to fake a book report. It's pretty unremarkable. The episode itself is alright as a whole, mid-tier or so I'd say. Yes, another rousing round of Bob, Linda, these children are going to get into hijinks, why would you leave them home alone? And hey, while they're home alone with Louise's class's pet chinchilla, it escapes. The kids and Wayne, a kid in Louise's class, spend the night trying to track down the chinchilla, eventually even teaming up with Tammy. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are out doing trivia night, but end up cheating and get caught and kicked out. When they arrive home, just after the kids do, Louise takes the chinchilla over to Wayne's house to make him feel better. It's a pretty good episode that shows off how caring Louise can actually be. It's easy to forget that despite her constantly putting up her outer shell, Louise can be super caring. Especially when it comes to animals. The episode's story doesn't feel incredibly coherent, but I think it works for the most part. This is a fantastic episode all around. The kids and all of their friends have Saturday detention after a bracelet-related fight breaks out. But the kids and all of their friends are desperate to get out of detention because of a cotton candy festival. The kids and Mr. Frond end up doing a big fashion show with the winner getting out of detention. The kids eventually team up and end up facing off against Mr. Frond, and they win their freedom and run off towards the festival. In the B-plot, Bob and Linda try to tell a girl selling magazines that she's part of a scam, but it doesn't go super well. I love this episode. It works the entire time, and I really dig how great of a model Gene is. This is his scene, and he's all about it. Even the B-plot of this episode is funny, with Bob and Linda tricking Jimmy Pesto into buying twice the magazines that they guilt bought. Great episode from start to finish. We've seen a lot of Gene's musical talent throughout the seasons, but now we're seeing the next logical step. Gene, his sisters, and a couple of other kids start a band. But problems quickly arise when Gene comes to the realization that he doesn't really know a lot about music theory. When some of the other kids start talking about changing the song's key, he's absolutely at a loss. This eventually leads to Gene, Tina, and Louise being kicked out of the band and Gene renouncing music forever, until his sisters convince him to get back into it. They end up making up with the other kids in the band, attracting a pretty solid crowd outside of the restaurant and leading everyone away to Lenny's birthday party. I like this episode, not just because it brings back Daryl again, but because we see a lot more growth from Gene. Kind of. He sort of ends up in the same position, but I think his outlook towards music has changed at least a little. It's a good episode. Oh, dang, this episode is absolutely fantastic and kind of comes out of nowhere. Not that the previous episodes weren't good, but this feels like a tremendous leap in quality. It's Linda's birthday, and as we've seen from past episodes, Bob, and by extension the kids, are all absolutely terrible at giving presents. So Linda goes off to the grocery store, and everything kind of goes absolutely wrong for Linda. So in the A-plot, we see Linda, who is stranded and trying to get back home, and in the B-plot, we have Bob, the kids, and Teddy all searching for Linda and learning new things about her. It's a really sweet and fun episode. It doesn't just show how great of a mother Linda is, but how great and fun she is as a person. If we add on to that the fact that this episode is funny as well, you get a great episode. Definitely the best of the season so far. So, this is a step down from the previous episode. But I mean, almost any episode would be. This episode gives us a glimpse into Teddy's life as the Belchers take one of Teddy's jobs to go put away patio furniture at a rich person's beach house. Of course, they immediately go into this beach house while no one is there and make themselves at home. We knew it was going to happen, and it happened just as fast as we assumed it would. But then Teddy comes to the house. Then the home's owner comes home. But she's really nice to the Belchers and lets them stay after Bob hurts his back. Linda and Louise craft a theory that she murdered her husband and is kind of confirmed at the end of the episode. Helen, the murderer whose house they're in, is also a pretty fun character. And her and Teddy seem like they got along really well. I absolutely love this episode. It's a Bob and Louise-centric episode where the two of them run into a Japanese actor who played Hawk in a film series that Bob and Louise love. When they find out that he's in town to reunite with his daughter, who starred in the films alongside him, they put together a secret film showing and convince his daughter to show up. But while live dubbing the video, Louise actually reveals her secret reason behind wanting to organize the whole thing. Louise was scared that her and Bob would develop a similar rift and grow apart. We see Louise as the mature grown-up one of the kids, even though she's the youngest. But this episode really makes you step back and see her as she really is. A child who's scared she's going to lose her father someday. It's actually really sweet and recontextualizes everything in this episode. It's fantastic. Episodes that focus on the family's relationships more one-on-one like this are probably some of my favorites. I've seen this episode compared to an episode from a different series several times, so I'll go ahead and say it. This is the Bob's Burgers equivalent to the Community Paintball episodes. Okay, it's out in the open, let's just move past that. The episode features a full town water balloon fight to see who gets their rent halved. So we see the family facing off against all of the other business owners in town. Bob goes like full-on Rambo and ends up winning the whole thing before Mr. Fischoeder gets the entire town to turn on Bob, but everyone ends up standing with Bob against Mr. Fischoeder. This episode hits all the right marks of funny, action-packed, and wholesome. All the best parts of what makes Bob's Burgers a fantastic series are all featured very prominently in this season finale. This is one of the best ways they could have ended the season. This is another banger of a season. The vast majority of the episodes are right around the average mark, and some of them are probably among the best of the best for the entire series. There's only like 1 or 2 episodes in the season that I think aren't very good, which is probably a higher bar than most seasons that we've talked about or will talk about. It's probably one of the top seasons simply for that reason. I mean, 3 of the last 4 episodes are absolutely incredible examples of the heights the series can reach. But let's keep it moving and see if we can keep this trend going. This season starts off with a vignette episode, which is definitely a choice. I don't know if these episodes are typically regarded as the best of the best or anything. They might be, and feel free to tell me in the comments if they are, but I'm really confused as to why they'd go that route. But that aside, this episode is very alright. It's not bad, it's just not the best episode, let alone even being the best vignette episode. A few parts here and there made me laugh. Gene's story is probably my favorite of the 3. Like I said, it's not a bad episode, but it's not the strongest start to a season that we've seen. This is another middling episode. After she's called boring, Tina begins dating a boy who's been vandalizing a bunch of stuff. Things begin to escalate, and after the two tag some stuff together and awkwardly kiss, they, or I guess Jordan, decides to do their biggest job yet. They're going to spray paint the ghost they've been doing on the big ship that'll be unfurling the mainsail with the ghost on it at a parade. But Tina, of course, feels bad, so she, Gene, and Louise spend the night painting over the graffiti. In the B-plot, a bunch of porta potties are placed outside Bob's restaurant, and they're bad for business until they end up bringing in a lot of business. That's really it. The episode isn't super interesting, and it's honestly kind of flat. It's not bad, it's just sort of there. I think this is my favorite Halloween episode so far. It's fantastic. Louise is disappointed that she doesn't get scared at Halloween things like the rest of her family. So Bob and Linda reveal that they've been planning a special haunted house specifically to scare Louise. But when they get there, it's pretty disappointing. And suddenly, things start to get a bit creepy. There's some scary guy outside, the power goes out, there's weird sounds from the basement, and eventually they're chased through the house and onto the roof. But it turns out this was all part of the Belcher family's plans to scare Louise. I really like the twist in this episode, and it makes a lot more sense when you start to think about it. In another show, it would probably be considered funny or mean to set up such an elaborately terrifying haunted house for a 9-year-old, but knowing the family and Louise, it's an incredibly thoughtful gesture. A great episode all around. This is a very simple episode, which seems to be a trend with this season so far. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because much like their previous episode, I really like this one. It's Thanksgiving, and despite his love for Thanksgiving, Bob can't enjoy it. But Bob's car gets snowed in, so he decides to drag Gail through the snow back to his apartment. It eventually comes out that Gail's ankle is fine and she's lying, and Bob injures his back, so Gail drags him now. There's something that I noticed when watching this. There's kind of a continuity error, or at least the episodes are in the wrong order or were aired in the wrong order or something. In this episode, Gail mentions to the family that she's dating Mr. Frond, and the kids all seem fine with it. But in a few episodes, it's revealed to the kids that they're dating, and they absolutely freak out. So that was weird. Anyways, I really like this episode. It's not as good as the previous, but it's still solid. The kids get into a spat with a mall Santa who tells the kids that he's going to tell the real Santa, and now the kids spend the episode trying to show the mall Santa that they're actually good kids and deserve presents. Unlike some of the previous Christmas episodes, this one is much more lighthearted, which is weird to say considering we're specifically talking about Christmas-themed episodes. But it's nice to be able to just sort of sit back for a bit and not have to worry about getting emotionally punched in the gut. I find it hilarious how the Belcher kids, when thinking of their good deeds, can't even think of anything in particular that isn't vaguely selfish. Like Tina helping a horseshoe crab that she probably kicked and killed. But the highlight of this episode, aside from the Fischoeder brothers, is Louise trying to basically throw herself on the sword to make sure her siblings get presents. It's a really nice gesture and a pretty average episode overall. Remember a few episodes back when I mentioned that the kids weren't shocked that their aunt was dating Mr. Frond? Well, in this episode they find out for the first time. As far as I know, but at least at the time I'm writing this episode, that's really the only time they slip up and do things out of order like that. I'll try to keep my eyes open. So Bob is having a friend that he made over for a dinner party, as well as Gail and Mr. Frond, now on their second date. The kids spend the night trying to ruin the date because they don't want Mr. Frond as their uncle. There's something about the insanity that Gail brings into the Belchers' lives that's weirdly magical to watch. And I know I've said this before, I'm really appreciative that they don't overuse Gail. Showing up a few times a season is the perfect amount to keep her fun and not annoying. I think it's hilarious seeing Bob so desperate to try and impress his new friend and making a bigger fool of himself than usual, as is Teddy being super jealous of Bob's new friend. A fun and great episode. And we have Courtney, Gene's sometimes on-again, off-again lady friend, back in the leading role with Gene for an episode. This is kind of a rare side of Gene that we usually don't see. We've seen every other Belcher show interest in someone before, and aside from that weird puppet thing, this is the first time we've really seen that from Gene. Last time Courtney and Gene dated, he really wasn't into it, but this go around he actually falls for her. The episode itself is pretty fun, but I think that the B-plot revolving around Tina and Valentine's Day is probably the stronger of the two plots, and Bob going to the secret flower wholesale market is weirdly funny. It's an alright episode, middle of the road for sure. This episode brings back a character that we haven't seen in a long time, Gyro from the Season 1 episode Sexy Dance Fighting. And this time they actually do something good with his character. Bob hurts his shoulder and Gyro ends up helping him and eventually moving in with the Belchers after he's evicted. They use Gyro's character in a much better way this time around, as they take him out of the villain role and make him a good bit more sympathetic. And this time, Bob is much more open to Gyro's teachings than he was several seasons ago. That's not just because Bob himself has changed, but because the show is fundamentally different than it was. It matured and figured out what it wanted to be and who the characters were. This is a great example of how far the show's come and is a great episode in its own right. This title is another reference to a season 1 episode, but that's really all this episode has in common with that one. The family is looking to replace their old couch after Louise sabotaged the old one. But Linda is having a really rough time with this because she considers this couch part of the family. The episode kind of feels all over the place and like scenes are kind of cobbled together. I don't think it works really well, and despite a few funny parts littered throughout, I think it's a weaker episode for the most part. Tina is desperately trying to get yet another Thunder Girls badge. They really like going to that well for stories. Do we need someone to work kind of a random job? Just put Tina in there, say she wants a badge. Done. Anyway, she's working in the nurse's office when the nurse decides that she's found lice on Tammy's head and starts a lockdown. But things really get serious when she says she's going to shave everyone's head and burn their hats, including Louise's bunny ears. I mean, imagine the show if they got rid of that. Tina ends up standing up to her, and no one aside from Mr. Frond and the nurse gets their head shaved. It's nice seeing Tina be the smart one who figures everything out. This is a really good episode that I think works really well. So I really like this episode. Regular-sized Rudy is having his birthday party at the park, but due to a miscommunication with the bounce house company, a bounce house has been delivered to another party at the park instead of Rudy's. So the kids go through another heist plot to steal the bounce castle. What's kind of weird about the story is they hint at a through line with Rudy, but it goes on the back burner for the vast majority of the episode. But that aside, it's honestly really nice seeing the friendship between Louise and regular-sized Rudy. Regular-sized Rudy seems like one of the few people who's able to bring out the sweeter side of Louise. She genuinely does care for him, and aside from her family, he's probably her best friend. I also find it hilarious that Bob is terrified of birds because he confused his life with a film when he was younger. Another really good episode. So, while the last 2 episodes were really good, I think this episode is great. It has a lot of great things going for it. Gene is leading everyone on a quest to find the fabled 2-butted goat. Zeke is super on board with this and seemingly temporarily replaces Jimmy Jr. with Gene for a bit. Louise doesn't think the goat is real and makes a bet with Gene where the loser of the bet has to clean the restaurant. After a lot of trials along the way, including Gene carrying everyone across Poison Ivy, it turns out that the 2-butted goat is very much real. In the B-plot, the adults are getting super competitive around the restaurant, mostly throwing garbage around. That ends up paying off into the A-plot when the kids get back to the restaurant and see the huge mess that's been made. I love how the 2 plots are seemingly disconnected but manage to tie together in a non-contrived way. Bob and Linda don't happen to run into the kids while driving or anything like has happened several times in the past. This is quite possibly the best Gene story we've had so far, and probably one of the best episodes of the season. Dang, this is a pretty good tier of episodes. This episode brings back the biker gang that we talked about super briefly much earlier in the video, but this time Critter and Mudflap are trying to go straight-ish because of their relatively newborn baby, Sidecar. The problem being, Critter has been arrested the day of a job interview, so he has Bob and the family go to sell his motorcycle. Linda ends up spending the day babysitting Sidecar, a very, very full-time job apparently, and Bob and the kids deal with the fun lifestyle of being vaguely associated with a motorcycle gang for a bit. It's a pretty fun episode that brings back and uses some minor characters fairly well. It's nice seeing the progression from Critter and Mudflap, but Sidecar kind of brings the entirety of the timeline into focus a little bit, which makes things a bit weird if you were to stop and think about it too much. Overall, another really good episode. Tina gets offered the soloist position after the other soloists of the Hormoniums, a group designed to sing to other kids about their growing bodies, gets mono. So when Tina is forced to sing in front of everyone about how much she hates kissing, it starts to ruin her social life. And with a party going on at Jocelyn's while her parents are out of the house for 45 minutes, that's not exactly what you want. Bob is fantastic in this episode. He steps in as a fantastic parent for Tina when she needs it, and his reverence for Marshmallow always makes me laugh.
All I know about Marshmallow is that she comes and goes as she pleases. She answers to no one, and she is truly free.
Okay, calm down.
It's a pretty good episode, but with all of the strong episodes we've seen so far, this is probably mid-tier. So, while I really like this episode, it kind of frustrates the hell out of me. Bob's close friend Warren comes to visit, voiced by Chris Parnell. You know, that guy who's in everything anymore. Warren is a highly successful businessman, and after he tries one of Bob's burgers, the actual burger, not the show, he decides he wants to invest and help Bob become more successful. So a lot of changes start to happen as Bob's Burgers, the restaurant, is slowly transformed into a tiki-themed place. But secretly, Bob hates this and eventually explodes at Warren. But here's the thing. Warren was right. Bob's restaurant starts seeing a boom in business as people find the place more fun and enticing. If Bob would have just talked to Warren before his blow-up, they probably could have figured something out. Warren isn't even fully tied to the tiki idea. He spits out like 4 other ideas at the end. I don't know, it's a pretty good episode, despite my problems with that part of the story. This is not a very good episode. That was a fun streak of episodes, but it had to end sooner or later. So I'm going to need you to relax again. Get some more coffee, maybe decaf this time. Don't go overboard on the caffeine. Okay, ready? Boys for Now have broken up. Or at least Boo Boo, the most popular of the boys, is going solo. It's truly a terrible day for all the girls around Wagstaff, but it comes out that Boo Boo is going to be performing at Wonder Wharf and is giving someone a chance to ride a roller coaster with him. So, of course, Louise wants to win. She ends up losing, but saves Boo Boo from being thrown up on. The B-plot revolves around Bob and Linda finding out that a mob hit had taken place at their restaurant many years ago. It's pretty uninteresting, and that honestly brings the episode down a good bit. It's maybe the worst B-plot line that we've had so far. It is funny that Boo Boo does remember Louise from her slap, but that's really the only memorable part of the episode. Low tier. Tina's dream is finally coming true. Her family is sending her to a horse riding camp. After she shows how much she knows and how excited she is, the lady in charge gives her the most difficult horse to ride. So let's get into this. This woman is absolutely terrible. She's maybe the biggest villain we've seen in the series. Like, Tina was the only person who was excited about being at the camp, and she got sandbagged with a borderline impossible to ride horse. What is this woman's problem? This is how you absolutely ruin someone's interest in something. Anyways, the episode outside of this is mid-tier. I'd say it has its funny moments. Paul Rudd's Jericho absolutely kills it, but that's not enough to bring this episode above the middle of the pack. Something that we've seen a lot of in this series is Tina being in love with the idea of love, not even just for herself. She'll set anyone up anytime. So when she finds a letter from an old woman from an old flame, Tina takes the opportunity to not only write back herself, but to set up a date for them. There's a subplot with the old woman's son stealing money from her. It's not super interesting, but it is funny seeing Sergeant Bosco show up at his apartment and him freaking out. Bob, for most of the episode, ends up hanging out with other chefs late at night and is exhausted, so he takes the mature route and has Linda tell them all that he can't go out because he's dead. Very relatable. It's a fun episode. Holy buckets, this episode feels like it's on an entirely different level than the rest of the season. This episode is absolutely phenomenal. Bob gets glued to the toilet by accident and he has a magazine interview coming up, so they spend the bulk of the episode trying to get him unstuck. The song in this episode is maybe the best song in the series. It's certainly the most played on Spotify. It's a jam for sure. We see a lot of the side characters we met throughout the show's run, the jokes are all on point, and the ending is surprisingly nice. Even though he is seen with his pants down, the whole town kind of rallies, and Bob ends up getting a pretty nice review, all things considered. By far the best episode of the season. This isn't a bad season, but it's looking like this might be where a turn is starting. A lot of the episodes seem like they're falling more towards the middle of the list, and there's even a couple that are beginning to fall further down. I'm enjoying the vast majority of the episodes, and even an average episode of Bob's Burgers is better than the best episodes of a lesser series. I still can find something positive to say about each and every episode that we're seeing at this point, and I'm hoping that that continues on as we get to the back half of the series. This is not a super strong start to the season. I don't typically like trippier episodes like this. I think Burger Boss did it well where it was just one short sequence, but in this case it's the entire episode. The Fever Dream world I think would be fun for a bit, but it definitely overstays its welcome. The episode is mainly about Louise learning to forgive her family after they accidentally destroy her Coochie Copy. She confronts different versions of her family and learns lessons throughout, and her family tries to fix and eventually replace Coochie Copy. It's pretty funny seeing Louise get more and more annoyed with the singing happening in her fever dream, and I like the toy shop owner. That's probably all I can really think of that sticks out to me in this episode. Not the best way to kick things off. This episode focuses on Teddy, Teddy's ex-wife, and how Teddy's been handling the divorce more than we've ever seen. Teddy is very obviously still hung up on his ex-wife and has been fixing up a boat in order to show her just how good he's been doing, which is definitely a super healthy way to handle this whole thing. Teddy finally deciding to let go of his ex-wife and burning his boat is a nice end to a surprisingly touching episode. And the jokes remain present throughout as well, with Gene even cutting in to ask if they should continue to tow the burning boat, which, no, they shouldn't. It's an alright episode for the most part, definitely a step up from the previous episode. I've mentioned him a few times throughout the series so far, but I haven't really talked about Mr. Ambrose in detail yet. He works in the library at the school, he's voiced by Billy Eichner, and he's constantly pushing kids to do stupid things because of his overwhelming boredom. He's the one who convinced Louise to talk about how terrible Thomas Edison was, he's the one who caused all the drama when Gene was a cheerleader, and now he's getting Tina into witchcraft. Seeing Tina get way too into witchcraft and the confidence that comes along with it is hilarious. As is when she faces off against the crossing guard, who used to be in the same coven as Mr. Ambrose. It's a really fun episode that explores Tina's character in an interesting way. Of all the wells that Bob's Burgers could return to, the illegal meat racket is the one that I expected. But this time it's actual horse meat instead of the rumor of human meat. And they really only serve one burger to Teddy, who's mostly just there to taste test. Bob ends up forming an uneasy alliance with Hugo and Ron to take down the horse meat dealer, but he ends up being a pretty nice guy, aside from his love of ska. Here's your fun fact, ska actually came before reggae.
But you know that that reggae came from ska. Did you know that?
Yeah, you just said that.
Oh.
You literally said.
That's all I've got!
The makeshift team tries and fails several times to get the horse meat vendor to admit to it before finally succeeding. It's an alright episode, it's fun for the most part, definitely mid-tier. We've seen a lot of pairings and character relationship explorations. I mean, we're over 100 episodes into the series, but surprisingly, we haven't really explored the dynamic between Gene and Louise. And if you like the incredibly fun game of, Bob, Linda, these children are going to get into hijinks, why would you leave them home alone? You'll love this special edition without Tina. Because Tina has gotten detention, Bob and Linda are forced to leave Gene and Louise at home for a small amount of time while they get their taxes done. We see Gene mature a surprising amount in this episode as he helps Louise. It's super sweet. And the subplots of Bob and Linda getting high on edibles by accident and Tina in detention are both pretty funny and not incredibly distracting from the main story. A very good episode. Of all the fantastic Thanksgiving episodes we've seen so far, I think this one feels like it's in a completely different league. It's definitely my favorite of the bunch so far. Louise and Gene, mostly Louise, hatch a plan to get out of seeing the yearly Thanksgiving play by putting on their own musical based off of one of Tina's stories and getting the whole thing shut down. They plan on using actual turkey giblets and exploding them all over the crowd in a visceral mess. I love seeing Tina actually kind of stand up for herself and her family in front of everyone in what's very obviously a thinly veiled song about accepting herself and being proud of who she is. I love this song and I love this episode. Best of the season for sure. This isn't the first time the series has done this, but immediately after the show's Thanksgiving episode, we get the season's Christmas episode. It's kind of weird that originally we were given this episode in November, but here we are. It doesn't matter much on a rewatch like this, but I found it interesting. Bob has been drafted into Mr. Fischoeder's annual Rich Person Gingerbread Houseboating Contest. He's specifically there to lose, and Mr. Fischoeder offers him a month of free rent to do so. But after Mr. Fischoeder is mean, Bob tries to win the contest, and that leads to everyone shooting each other's gingerbread houses. Of course it does. But Bob still ends up winning a trip to the zoo for his kids to cuddle with a baby polar bear.
I changed my mind about having kids. I'm gonna have one and feed it to this bear because I love him so much.
It's a fun episode. The B-plot is pretty simple, just the Belchers and Teddy going caroling and thinking they're face to face with a murderer, but he's just a nice guy. this is another really solid episode. This is a perfectly acceptable episode of Bob's Burgers, like just right down the middle. Not great, not bad, just average. Tina twists her ankle and is forced to telecommute to school, something I'm sure no one today has any experience with. While doing this, she finds that her and Jimmy Jr. have a much, much easier time communicating and connecting than they do when they're face to face. There's really not a ton to say about this episode, honestly. It's kind of forgettable as far as Bob's Burgers episodes go. Middle of the road for sure. I really, really like this episode. There's a lot going on, but I think that this episode does a great job, maybe the best that we've seen, of balancing this many separate plot lines. Let's start with the main plot line. Regular-sized Rudy is being taken advantage of for quiz answers by a girl he has a crush on. Louise confronts both her and Rudy and actually ends up kissing Rudy before slapping him. It's actually surprising seeing this from Louise and not Tina for once, and it's a nice change of pace. Though to be fair, Tina is also trying to get a kiss on a trampoline, but she has diarrhea and has to deal with that. Jean is bonding with a substitute cafeteria worker, and Bob is taking a hip-hop dance class to impress Linda. It ends up working out. All of the plot lines in this episode feel like they work really well, and they're all pretty strong in their own right. I'm sorry, Quirky Turkey, this is the best episode of the season for sure. I'm not the biggest fan of this episode, but I can definitely see why some people would be. Mr. Business is one of Gail's cats. We've seen him a few times, and now he might be on the brink of fame and fortune, which could give Gail, and as a result of her not constantly needing money, the Belchers a sense of financial security. Bob ends up helping Gail prepare Mr. Business for an audition to be a cat model for a cat treat brand. They end up turning the whole thing down when Mr. Business begins to become stressed out from the experience. In the B-plot, the kids and Linda begin eating cat treats. That's really it. I don't find this episode super funny, and it's sad once again seeing the Belchers on the cusp of something more before they turn it down again. Not necessarily bad, but below average. This is another episode that I'm kind of meh on. There are a few parts that I think are funny, but we'll get to those. The kids are putting on a mock trial, and a couple of adults who work at the school are roped in as plaintiff and defendant. Jean, as a Southern lawyer, is hilariously beautiful, and in the B-plot, we've seen something that I never even imagined was possible. Bob ends up teaming up with Jimmy Pesto. Senior, not junior, obviously. But aside from that, there really aren't a ton of things in this episode that stick out to me. The writing is pretty good, I guess, and it probably would need to be for a mock trial episode, but that's really about it. Very mid-tier. This series is quite possibly a bit too strange and off the wall for a jump the shark moment, but this honestly feels like it's a top contender for that title. Jean's favorite chocolate is changing recipes, and Jean ends up working with the company and reminding them all why they love chocolate. It feels kind of far-fetched even for a Bob's Burgers episode. Like, yes, they do constantly deal with several multimillionaires, but that feels more grounded than changing an entire chocolate company. I don't know. But once you get past that fact, the episode is fairly fun. I'd probably put it a little below average. This episode is weird. We haven't had a lot of episodes where both Tina and Linda are sharing the spotlight. And I think this episode shows us why. I think the characters could have a very interesting dynamic, but in this episode, Linda comes off, well, not fantastic. Linda is chaperoning a school trip for Tina, where Tina meets and befriends a girl from a different school who also doesn't really have friends. But Linda consistently keeps trying to force herself into the friendship and ends up actually getting banned from the hotel. Linda episodes can be hard to pull off, and I think this episode has some good ideas, but it just doesn't fully execute on them. I honestly like the B-plot more, where Teddy and the kids throw Bob a way too late bachelor party. Bob just kind of going along with everything is fun and feels about right. This episode is definitely ranked lower on my list. So, I'm gonna level with you. I didn't have the Belcher kids start a religion on my Bob's Burgers bingo card. But here we are. I think the episode itself works reasonably well. The Belchers convince the aquarium owner to declare themselves a religion in order to avoid taxes and stay open. It's the kind of plan that someone who was young would probably come up with, and no sane adult should ever agree with. But the episode would be quite a bit more boring if that were the case. So when an IRS employee comes to visit and has an obvious crush on the aquarium owner, he's willing to buy into the religion 100%. Even jumping into a jellyfish tank and getting stung a ton. It's a pretty fun episode for the most part. In the B-plot, Bob realizes he's terrible with customer service and tries to learn from Linda. It goes about as well as you'd expect. An alright episode, mid-tier for sure. I like this episode. Tina as a fantastic debater is something that is both surprising and fully expected. Also a pat on the back for me for avoiding the obvious joke. Go me. But what's unexpected is the relationship between Tina and Henry, a member of the debate team she's joined. And I think this is actually the first time a boy Tina's age has liked her and she's felt nothing in return. It's a pretty fun inversion on the usual Bob's Burgers tropes that we've come to know through the last 7.5 seasons. It's pretty funny seeing Tina put into the situation she's put so many. In the B-plot, we see the Belcher family, minus Tina, come together to make a stop-motion film starring a hunk of meat. Good old Meat Man. Seeing Bob cry because of his love for what they created is pretty funny too. It's fun, but nothing groundbreaking. It's a good episode for sure. This is the show's first Easter episode. Bob and Linda hide eggs around the house with a map noting where they hid the eggs for the kids. The kids can't get all their candy until they find all the eggs. The problem being there's one egg that they're not accounting for, and Bob and Linda got way too drunk when hiding them, so they aren't sure where the egg is. So when the egg begins to rot, it takes a while for them to find it, and when they do, a local raccoon is guarding it with its babies. The episode is hilarious and works super well. This far into the series, it's really fun seeing the Belchers celebrating different things and the established 3 or 4 that we typically see. And it's just the family together in this episode. There's really no outside forces, which in this case works really well and is one of the backbones of the show. As much as I've come to love many of the town's characters, it's still nice seeing simple, the family at home episodes. A very good episode. Bob and Linda are going away for the weekend to do a full LARP / bed and breakfast thing. The LARP, or live action roleplay, is based off a show that Linda's obsessed with that's a parody of Downton Abbey. Linda is excited and Bob isn't, but once they're there, things kind of swap. Mostly because while they're there, they're both randomly selected as the help. Which, can we talk about that for a second? What kind of business strategy is this? Like, you're designating half of your paying customers as doing all of the work around the manor, while the other half gets to eat, drink, and smoke cigars? How did this not go out of business as soon as online ratings tore it apart? That's insanity. Anyways, Bob is really into the bourbon and cigars, and Linda leads an uprising of the working class against the upper class. It's pretty on the nose with its messaging. The B-plot has Teddy watching the kids again, but he's hurt his back, and the kids try to help him get that fixed. It's definitely the lesser of the 2 plots. The episode is pretty good overall. It's Bob's birthday, and Gene accompanies him to the planetarium to see a laser rock show. But almost immediately, Gene freaks out because of how mind-numbingly loud the whole thing is. Despite how much he'd love to stay, Bob does the responsible thing and takes Gene out of the planetarium. Bob slowly reintroduces Gene to the music in the car, and the 2 decide to sneak back in and finish the show. And Bob gives Gene makeshift earplugs, which he probably should have had to begin with. In the B-plot, the rest of the Belchers go to a doll store, find a doll that Louise likes, and is going to be destroyed. They end up sneaking it out. It's kind of nice seeing Louise take interest in stuff like that. It's easy to forget that, at the end of the day, she's still a child. But the A-plot is probably the stronger of the 2. The M. Night Shyamalan twist of the 2 Nicks being the same person is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Another great episode. I've liked a lot of episodes in the season, and I probably used the word great once or twice at this point. But this episode feels truly great, especially in comparison to the rest of the season. Louise has gotten in trouble for standing up to a bully, and Linda doesn't want to discourage that behavior. So while Louise is in in-school suspension, Linda sneaks her out and takes her for ice cream. They end up hiding from Mr. Frond and sneaking Louise back into the school before she gets caught. It's nice seeing this side of Linda who wants her kids to do the right thing, and I also really like seeing Linda and Louise have moments like this where they really bond further. Also, Teddy filling in at the restaurant while they're busy and things going absolutely terrible is hilarious. A fantastic episode. This is this season's vignette episode. The kids are retelling their Mother Day plays to Linda. but they know their plays weren't good, so they decide to improvise a bit. The stories start off relatively grounded and go off the rails, as you'd expect, pretty quickly. The entire idea behind Tina's play makes me laugh every time I watch it. The mixture of Freaky Friday and Alien works better than it has any right to. I think that this episode works fairly well as far as vignette episodes go. It's fairly funny the whole way through, with certain parts jumping out, but I never really found these episodes to be the best of the best. Mid-tier. So there's an annual parade going on, and with the weather being terrible, the Belchers are primed to enter a float to get 4th place and win some prize money. But then Jimmy Pesto enters the parade, so now it's an actual competition. And as we've seen many, many times in the series at this point, things just continually get worse and worse. The weather stays bad, Jimmy and Bob get into a fight, and the float eventually gets off course. But by the end of the episode, Bob learns his lesson, relaxes, and just enjoys himself and jams to some music. Everyone joins in the dancing, and Bob wins the prize money for the float. It's a really good episode and feels like it could have been a season finale. And it kind of was, with the next episode just being a bonus episode for the season. We've seen hints that Bob really wants to be an outdoorsman, and this episode not only brings that back, but capitalizes on it better than had previously been done. But with Bob being Bob, while he's shopping at an outdoor equipment shop that's going out of business, Bob lays down in a tent and falls asleep. And since the store is going out of business, no one is going to be coming into the store for several days. So Bob and the employee, who's also locked in there, decide to try and climb out through the skylight, which, against all odds and to everyone's surprise, Bob manages to do successfully. In the B-plot, the rest of the Belchers are being forced to watch Gail's one-woman show, which is, interesting.
Day one of my life, where it all went wrong.
It's a pretty fun episode, but I do wish that the previous episode had been the season finale instead of this. The series is still going very strong at this point. A few of the episodes are still surprising me with how good they actually are. Not that I was expecting the show to get bad all of a sudden or anything, but when a show runs for as long as this show has, there's usually a point where many people say the show's kind of fallen off. And I've definitely seen people say that this is about the time where it happens, so I guess we'll see. One thing I did notice is that while Gene does still have his episodes, it seems like he's starting to be reserved more for random interrupting one-liners, which hopefully doesn't continue on or get worse because I really like Gene's character, and I'd hate to see that happen. Anyways, on to the next. So this is an interesting idea for an episode that I don't think really comes together. Which is sad because I do love the idea behind this one. This episode is composed entirely of fan animations that are stitched together for the episode. The problem being that the animation style changes so quickly and so often that it's incredibly distracting. Which is sad because the idea for the story feels like it could be classic Bob's Burgers. But it's just too hard to get into this episode with the animation changes. The story feels a bit slower than normal as well, and I have nothing to base this on, but I think it's probably to help the fan animations. Also, the character of Dalton is hilarious, and I'm hoping he comes back in future episodes. But overall, I don't think this episode works, definitely towards the bottom of the list. After Mr. Fran's therapy dolls are destroyed and a school water park trip is canceled, Louise does the unthinkable and teams up with her arch-nemesis, Millie, to solve the whole dang thing. But working with Millie comes with a hefty cost. Louise has to do several playdates with Millie each time she wants help. It turns out that it was actually Mr. Fran who destroyed the dolls to get out of spending all the money on the water park trip. But what's arguably more important is that Louise actually begins to enjoy her time with Millie. It's actually a little weird seeing the two get close, but I think it feels relatively natural in terms of story. The B-plot revolves around Teddy getting into the poster business. It's pretty funny, and I think the episode as a whole works for the most part. It's definitely better than the previous episode, and I'd say it's pretty good. It's Halloween, and there's supposedly a wolf on the loose running around town. So Linda does the very responsible thing of letting her kids go out trick-or-treating. But don't worry, because she'll accompany them. But Linda ends up taking the kids searching for the wolf because she desperately wants to be viewed as a fun mom. Bob, however, is staying home and is high on pain pills. Again, Teddy's doing his best to take care of him, but things, of course, go awry. When Linda and the kids are looking for the wolf, they come across a missing alpaca, and Bob, high on pain pills and running from Teddy, actually does run into the wolf, but of course, because of the pain pills, no one believes him. I think it's a fun episode that works pretty well. Tina has started her own babysitting business, and Tammy has started one in direct competition. So, when Tina is hired by a family to babysit, she's shocked to find that Tammy has also been hired by the family, and that they're co-babysitting. Which is a really weird thing to do, right? Like, that's not just me thinking that's weird. Tammy ends up inviting over Zeke and Jamie Jr. to try and make it look like Tina did that, which is definitely a plan. They find out that the kid they're babysitting is a bully in school, and eventually Tina convinces her to stop being a bully. The rest of the family goes out to a restaurant and is scared because Bob always asks their opinion on the burgers at the restaurant, and then gets super self-conscious about it. It's a pretty fun episode for the most part, and seeing the family tiptoe around Bob in the restaurant is funny. Definitely above average. It's time once again for our seasonal Thanksgiving episode. This time, the Belchers are helping Teddy, who is absolutely hopeless when it comes to cooking. And while helping Teddy get things set up, they come to the realization that Teddy has some hoarding tendencies. So after Bob decides that he didn't do his new way of cooking the turkey justice, the Belchers end up back at Teddy's, basically setting his Thanksgiving up. It's pretty low stakes throughout, and I think that works for it. I mean, Teddy's family doesn't even make it in on Thanksgiving. But that doesn't mean it's not a good episode. It definitely is. I love the lengths that the Belchers will go to help Teddy. He's definitely part of the family by this point. A funny and wholesome episode. So I'm splitting these episodes up because I want to and I can, and I talked about the season 4 two-parter as separate entities. So deal with it. Linda has a dream that they throw an incredible Christmas party and decides that's what she needs to do. She and Bob do throw a party, but it's only okay. Mr. Present doesn't even show up, and her tiny Christmas tree, which is just the top of their other Christmas tree, and her favorite ornaments are stolen. So, something that is different with this episode, aside from being a two-parter, is that while many of the episodes have songs, this one could realistically be considered a musical. There's a lot of singing, and the Bleakening song the kids sing is pretty great. I'm kind of torn on this episode, honestly. It's kind of in the same position as the other first episode of a two-parter. It's a lot of setup, and while there are funny parts, I think that it doesn't work really well on its own. It's kind of on the weaker side, in my opinion. I'm also torn on this episode, but I do think it's better than part 1, for the same reasons that part 2 of the season 4 finale is better. It's just almost entirely payoff for the previous episode. The kids are out searching for the Bleakening, a creature who they believe stole their mother's tree and will steal their presents. When Bob and Linda catch up to them, they end up looking through a series of tunnels that ultimately leads to a literal underground club, where they find out that it was actually Art the artist who stole their tree, and a bunch of decorations from around town. This episode, I think, is much funnier than the previous. Marshmallows is both sad and hilarious. And the music is, once again, good. Still not great, but better than the previous. This episode just kind of proves what we've already known about Jimmy Jr. He's garbage, and Tina is way too good for him. Linda and Louise take Tina out for a girls' night to lift her spirits. I really like the character of Nat, the limo driver. She's really down for whatever the Lady Belchers want to get into and is ready to throw down at any point. I hope her character comes back a good bit more in the future. Plus, they get revenge on Jimmy Jr., and he absolutely deserves it, so that's good. The subplot of Bob and Jean doing a trapeze class together and getting stuck because they're both too scared to let go is definitely funny, but is certainly the weaker of the two plot lines going on. Overall, I think it's a good episode. This is sad because I really want to like this episode more than I do. I don't think it's bad, but I really wanted it to be great because it has a fun energy about it. But upon this rewatch, I was actually kind of let down by it. And again, I don't think this episode is bad by any stretch of the imagination. I love all the kids getting really into Gaga Ball, which is apparently a real thing. It feels like something that I could see kids getting super invested in before they quit a few weeks later, which is almost exactly what happens. I do also like seeing Gene stand up for himself at the end of the episode. I wasn't blown away by the Linda subplot of her reading to kids at the library, so that kind of lands this episode in the lower half of the list for sure. In direct opposition to the previous one, this is an episode that I actually liked a lot more on the rewatch for whatever reason. I'm really not sure why either. Or, I'm not sure why I had originally disliked this episode. It's really fun and a good mystery revolving around the school. The kids are searching for a hidden secret ceramics room that was hidden after it caught on fire. They're looking for it for the most Belcher reason possible to get out of a small, tiny amount of work. Originally, when I was watching this episode, and also when I was watching it this time, I thought there was going to be a massive reveal that the ballot stolen by Mr. Frond many years ago would be the reason behind the fire. And maybe that would have been a bit dark, but it felt like that's where they were going. Anyways, that plot is fun, and Teddy setting up shop in the restaurant and fixing phones is probably just okay. It's a good episode. This episode puts both Tammy and Tina front and center for the bulk of it. Tammy is accidentally left behind when her parents go onto a cruise over spring break, and now she has to stay with the Belchers. Tammy puts on a clinic on being an absolutely terrible person, and the Belchers are sick of her after about 15 minutes. But when a boy comes in and gets Tammy's number when he probably should have gotten Tina's, Tina spends all night talking to the boy on Tammy's phone. Tina and said boy have a very solid connection, so of course they do the typical person on a date with an earpiece being told what to say thing. I don't know, it's not great. Tammy is much better in smaller doses, or at least smaller doses than this. Putting her character into a position where she's specifically supposed to be annoying and terrible for the entire episode makes her annoying and terrible for the entire episode. And they don't really redeem her at the end super well. She just tells the boy to take Tina and go for a walk. Not my favorite episode. Apparently, Bob and Linda signed Louise up for soccer, completely forgot about it, and now it's the last game of the season. Louise doesn't want to play and is basically dragged there by Bob, who somehow becomes the coach despite knowing actually nothing about soccer. I mean, he fields a team without a goalie. While they're originally trying to lose the game by means of a mercy roll, Louise begins to feel bad when talking to her teammates that she's realistically let down the entire season, despite her not knowing she was signed up to play. So Louise ends up as goalie, actually gets a pretty good save off, and Louise's team gets their first goal of the season, before they get annihilated for the rest of the game. It's not fantastic, and I think it's weird that the coach wouldn't have called the Belchers at any point before the literal last game. Like, maybe just call at some point in case they forgot, which they did. Not the best episode. Gene has been invited to his first sleepover at his friend Alex's house, but Gene is super nervous about being away from home. And when he gets to Alex's house, he finds out that Alex doesn't want to be there either. And in fact, Alex decides that tonight's the night to run away from home, taking Gene with him. Gene eventually convinces Alex that running away and living in the woods surviving by eating sugar packets isn't the best way to live, and the two of them sneak back inside. The Bob and Linda subplot about them figuring out which one is snoring and it being both of them is pretty forgettable. Not a great episode. This is another episode I really like. First, we get another rousing round of Bob, Linda, these children are going to get into hijinks, why would you leave them home alone? And this time, they're hosting a secret zombie movie watch party. The movie is way too scary for all the kids, and Tina ends up saving the day by showing everyone a video of her when she was younger singing to one of her poops. I don't really like poop jokes, but at least this one was in service to the plot at large. In the main plot, Bob and Linda go on a double date that's not going super well, and the couples find themselves trapped in an escape room. Bob ends up having a fun time because of his love of riddles. It's a pretty fun episode that I think is pretty funny. The kids are off on a school trip in the woods camping for a few days, so Bob and Linda have the place to themselves. But unfortunately for the kids, the weather isn't exactly nice while they're there. So despite Tina really wanting to climb the mountain, they have to settle for hanging out with a hermit who's not actually a hermit. But said hermit accidentally inspires Tina to climb the mountain on her own, despite the weather. The rest of the kids save her, and they all end up climbing the mountain. Bob and Linda keep trying to have fun at night, but end up falling asleep before they party way too hard one night. It's pretty funny, and I think this episode is a pretty good one. It's Bob's birthday, again, and this time Linda and the kids forgot about it. So they decide to put together a surprise birthday party for Bob with all of his friends. The only problem with that being that A, Bob doesn't like surprise, B, Bob doesn't really have many friends. But Linda persists for now and has Hugo take Bob with him out of the restaurant to get things set up. Bob gets to see what Hugo's job actually looks like and how he actually does provide a service when they stop at a restaurant that's very clearly not up to code. Bob even gets sick from what he eats there. Ultimately, the family just decides to not throw him a party and let Bob just kind of relax, which is nice. I think the episode isn't overly funny, but it works pretty well. A good episode for sure. This episode shows just what lengths Tina will go to be around some boys she finds cute, which, to be fair, is like 95% of boys. This time, she's joining the junior lifeguards. But what I do think is something that's admirable is Tina's willingness to not only put herself out there, but to persevere through something even when she's not the best or even good at that something. She does get better by sheer force of will and determination, and that's a really admirable quality for someone to have. And while I think it's interesting seeing this from Tina, the episode itself isn't crazy funny or anything. And the subplot where Bob's Burgers gets Wi-Fi and has to deal with a cyber hacker is pretty forgetful. An alright episode. So do you remember earlier in this video when I talked about Tina going to a horse camp and the woman in charge actually being a terrible person? Yeah, the lady who's driving the truck in this episode is like 1,000,000 times worse. This woman legitimately almost kills Louise because she wants to drive down the alley. She's a full-grown woman. Just talk with the kids, make a deal or something, or even talk to their parents. What you don't need to do is almost run over a child. How terrible this woman actually is kind of makes this episode hard to stomach because there aren't enough jokes going on to offset the absolute awfulness. The Gail subplot isn't fantastic either. This isn't a great episode. It's Mother's Day and Linda wants everyone to do whatever she wants to do. And she really wants to go to some nice open houses to take advantage of the free food. But things get a little weird when they're shown a huge house. The owner's son knows they're not looking to really buy a house, and the home's owner, an elderly woman, is pretending to haunt the place in order to keep it from being sold. It sounds like there's a lot going on, but it's really less complicated than I made it sound. The episode is pretty fun and really puts all the different mothers in the episode in the spotlight in a pretty interesting way. An alright episode, probably a bit above average. The kids are all obsessed with something new again. And Tina accidentally tattles on Louise and she gets all of her cards confiscated. The family really goes in on Tina for going against family, but that happens literally all the time towards her. Jean and Louise have on multiple occasions used Tina or something that she's doing for their own personal gains, sometimes to her detriment, like the Quirky Turkey musical. Anyways, the kids spend the rest of the episode trying to Mission Impossible the cards back, and Tina manages to do so successfully. In the B-plot, Bob needs to give a eulogy for a man he used to buy pickles from, but they got into a fight a few years back. It's a little emotional, but it's not really the most memorable or anything. Another pretty bland episode. This episode has Bob, for the first time I can actively remember, questioning if he actually made the right choice opening his own restaurant. Bob's Burgers, the restaurant, has been hired to cater a wedding of a couple who had their first date at the restaurant a questionably short amount of time earlier. Bob ends up very desperately trying to make the wedding as perfect as he can in order to make himself feel better about his life choices. So in typical Bob's Burgers fashion, they end up destroying the wedding cake because of course they do. But Linda manages to salvage the wedding and everyone has a good time. I really like this episode. Seeing Bob kind of confront his life choices and come out the other side is honestly pretty moving. Also, the duet between Bob and Linda is a great song that I sing all the time. A really solid episode and a great way to end the season. So this season shows that the show is still going strong, but there's definitely a bit of a waiver here. The season, I think, has more episodes on the weaker side than any of the previous seasons did. It's still a good show, and there were several episodes that I think are some of the strongest we've got, but as a whole, it's a slight step back. And this is something kind of random that I noticed, but has Mort almost disappeared. He seemed way more prevalent in earlier episodes, but as the show's gone on, it feels like they realized that they got more stories and jokes out of Teddy, and Mort was kind of relegated to just being a background character and occasionally recurring bit character, which is sad and weird considering he's their neighbor, so he should theoretically be in more stories than Teddy. But either way, let's see if next season can pick up the slack. We've learned a few seasons back that Boys for Now have broken up. Now they're auditioning a bunch of possible new boys to try and replace Boo Boo, because 4 boys is apparently objectively better. And with all these boys in town for the audition, Tina's usual boy crazy nature has gone into overdrive. And she spends literally the entire episode falling for boy after 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 boy. There's a lot of them. In the end, they just bring Boo Boo back. It's kind of anticlimactic. I don't really like this episode. I think Tina's storyline could have been stronger if there was someone there with her, but it just doesn't fully work for me. I'm not sure if this is just because this episode is immediately following the previous one, or if this episode is really, really good, but I really liked it. This is something I didn't even know I really wanted, a Bob's Burgers Ocean's 11 style episode. And this heist episode takes full advantage of the genre it's riffing off of. Mr. Fischoeder teams up with the kids to win the local dune buggy at their local arcade. But Mr. Fischoeder is actually a steak owner in Family Fun Time and just wants to kind of reset the prize economy. But when Louise finds this out, she takes full advantage of everything she's learned and wins the huge wheelie mammoth prize on the wharf. It's interesting seeing just how similar Louise and Mr. Fischoeder are, at least in terms of their scheming ability. A very good episode that's incredibly fun to watch. This is another very fun episode, but it brings up a slightly different gripe that I have with the series, and this might be a bit nitpicky again. So the Belchers are all different ages and thus in different grades. But in this episode, they're all taking the same class, and the class is entirely made up of all kids we know very well. And even if it's for a class you sign up for, most schools wouldn't put together kids from such vastly different grades and grade them in a similar way. It just seems a bit unrealistic, I guess, even for a show that's as off the walls as this. Anyways, the episode itself turns out to be pretty fun once you get past that fact. Seeing Tina try to navigate the world of business and turning out to be pretty good at it is both surprising and fun. But what this episode is trying to say is, well, very obvious. I'll let some of the cast say it for themselves in the form of a song they recorded for Adult Swim.
Let's rise up against the rich.
Burn their houses to the ground.
Let's rise up against the rich. And put their heads on bikes and down.
Here's this season's Halloween episode, and this is a relatively fun one. While out trick-or-treating, several of the kids have their candy stolen by someone. So the kids end up chasing down the culprit, and it's revealed that it's Dr. Yap, the kid's dentist. He's just trying to keep the kids' teeth healthy. As far as reveals go, it's alright, I guess. The B-plot really feels like it drags this episode down, though. Teddy and Bob get into a handyman-esque competition with a handyman next door, and things kind of go overboard. It's pretty boring, to be honest. Not the best episode, probably a smidge above average. Of all the characters who I thought would be brought back to have their characters developed a bit more, Upskirt Kurt was probably the one I would have least expected. Anyways, he's back, and now he's in a story with the kids. He also kind of tries to get the kids to murder his rival pilot, who it turns out is his sister. The story does its best to try to hit some emotional beats with Kurt and his sister, but I think they, for the most part, fall flat. I think it's hard to bring back a character who was in the previous story just to be a generally terrible person, and try to humanize them a bit more while also having him try to convince a bunch of children to murder his sister. The B-plot revolves around Bob and Linda getting really into paper airplanes. It's not fantastic, not a great episode. This is an episode that gives us an insight into Edith, the angry older woman who runs Reflections, the local arts and crafts store with her husband. This episode, in direct comparison with its predecessor, does a much better job of making Edith a more sympathetic character. The biggest reason behind this being that this isn't Edith's second appearance. She's been there since the very first season. Yeah, she's been super irritable the entire time, but at least in this episode she isn't trying to get children to murder her sister. So she tricks Bob into driving her around on a quilt-related revenge quest. And it turns out that Edith is just upset that her piece of the quilt is being excluded because the senior citizen leader doesn't like it. But Edith's piece is deeply personal to her. It features the local freak show, the people who helped raise Edith and who are deeply important to her. So by this piece being snubbed, it's basically saying to her that these people didn't matter. It's actually very sweet seeing how much these people meant to Edith, and how far she's willing to go for their memory. But that aside, the episode is probably slightly on the weaker side. Edith works best as a character who shows up, says a few mean things to Bob, and then disappears. This is just too much of her, even if it's doing her character a service. This is one of the few episodes I can think of as of late that doesn't have two separate plot lines going on. It's just all the Belchers together trying to accomplish a common task. In this case, it's trying to save a turkey who's been pardoned, but is still going to be slaughtered. And they do manage to get the turkey to a farm where it's able to be safe and happy. But at the end of the day, I don't think this episode really does anything new. It mostly just feels like it rests on what we know about the characters and spoon feeds it to us. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but the jokes presented aren't enough to make up for the general lack of innovation in the episode. A lower tiered episode for sure, especially when compared to other Thanksgiving episodes. I'm kind of torn on this episode. Part of me really enjoys it and part of me doesn't. So Gene is asked to do a roller dancing thing by Courtney and her father. When he turns the offer down, his best friend Alex takes the offer and Gene gets jealous. Mostly just because he wants to hang out with his boy. Anyways, they kind of fight for a bit before all three of them roller dance together. Well, Courtney dances, Gene and Alex just kind of stand there. Then the three of them all go to play their weird math hopscotch wizard game in the restaurant's basement. It's a pretty nice episode about friendship, and it shows that Courtney herself isn't a bad character or anything. The B-plot revolves around Bob, Linda, and Teddy helping an agoraphobic woman make her way into the restaurant. It's not terribly funny, but it's kind of nice seeing a woman try to face her fears. I'll probably put this episode towards the middle of the pack. This is an episode that I don't think works particularly well. Tina is paired with a girl from her class to work on a science project. But Tina isn't exactly a model student. The two of them actually put together a pretty good idea for a science fair project where they plan to beam a signal into space to see if they can make contact with aliens. But obviously a show as grounded as this isn't going to bring aliens into the fold, so that drastically lowers the stakes of the episode. After another student messes with them by giving them a fake response, Tina starts a fight with her partner on if they should continue to reach out, and Tina quits the project the morning of. She then gives a speech in front of everyone about reaching out, and it's generally alright. The episode doesn't feel like the strongest in terms of story or comedy. I'd say it's a lower tiered episode for sure. A huge snowstorm has hit the town, and the kids have the day off from school, and they plan to spend it sledding. The problem being that they're being bullied by Logan and some of his friends, with snowballs. Things escalate a bit, and a ton of girls from the various high school sports teams show up to pelt Logan and his friends with snowballs, and then Louise actually helps them get a bit of a head start. In the B-plot, Bob and Linda begin to knit scarves for the kids for Christmas. Yes, this is technically a Christmas episode, but Linda is terrible at knitting, especially compared to Bob. But the kids end up liking Linda's scarf better. There's not a ton to say about this episode. I think it's kind of on the boring side. Below average. This is a rare episode that I don't really like. I think it misuses just about every character in one way or another. Linda is being slowly brought into the essential oil pyramid scheme, and the only people who really see this for what it is are the kids and, surprisingly, Gail. So the kids get Gail to try and talk Linda out of it, but Gail is quickly distracted by the scents, and the kids are put into a room with a puppy that Louise immediately falls in love with. In the B-plot, Bob and Teddy are helping an elderly neighbor move in a new bed and eventually give him some love advice since he has his first date in years coming up. Both plots are really underwhelming, aren't overly funny, and overall just kind of feel pretty meh. Low tier episode for sure. This episode brings back Helen, the woman who probably murdered her husband, and who seemingly had what may have been a crush on Teddy. This time she's looking for this little snail sculpture that her late husband, the one that she murdered, hid at an apartment building that he owned. She enlists the help of Teddy and subsequently the Belchers. But while Linda is still trying to hook Teddy up with Helen, Tina finds a single woman at the apartment who seems like she's probably a better match for Teddy. And she's also much nicer to Teddy than Helen. And Kathleen didn't murder her husband. He just died when he got hit by a train. Oh my god, did she murder her husband too? I usually like the episodes that revolve around Teddy, but this one kind of falls flat for me. Like, Tina and Linda both act like they need to do everything for Teddy when it comes to love. But he's an adult, he's a big boy, he can do it himself. Not to mention that Helen is significantly more concerned with saving the snail thing than Teddy. It's just mean. Another pretty low tier episode. Here is this season's vignette episode, and this might be my least favorite setup for one of these. Bob and Linda are fighting, and the kids have broken Gene's bed, and they're trying to distract their parents and get them in a better mood before they get home and realize that Jean's bed is broken. One thing that this episode does differently is that instead of telling completely different stories, they continuously build off the previous. Again, it's fun seeing each kid bring their own certain flair to the story, and it's pretty funny seeing how each story is based around trying to get their parents over their fight, while also trying to downplay how bad a broken bed actually is. But also, why would Bob and Linda take the kids out to a romantic movie on Valentine's Day? They've left the kids home alone plenty by this point, so what's different aside from the writers wanting to tell this story? That's just a minor gripe though. It's an alright episode, probably a bit below par. I guess this episode gives us something of a change of pace. Instead of just being obsessed with boys and horses, now Tina is obsessed with a goose. A goose named Bruce. Tina begins dating a goose after she's not asked to the 8th grade dance by Jimmy Jr. Which, I mean, there's gotta be like a 50-50 chance of that happening at any point, right? I'm not entirely sure where the relationship sits at any given moment anymore. Some episodes, Jimmy Jr. definitely likes Tina, in others he wants nothing to do with her. I know it's supposed to be like an on-again, off-again middle school relationship, but this feels kind of excessive by this point. Anyways, Tina dating a goose is really weird. Even for this show, it feels kind of off. And I guess it kind of does something for Jimmy Jr. when it's revealed that he was just embarrassed that he hurt his butt while dancing at home. It's an episode that just feels off. It definitely hits the beats of a usual Bob's Burger episode, but it doesn't go beyond that. Lower tier. This is a huge breath of fresh air. Louise has been named principal of the school for a day, which realistically is supposed to mean that she has little to no actual power. But through the magic of bribery via a special bathroom in the principal's office, Louise ends up with some legitimate power somehow. Poop jokes aside, I think this episode works very well, especially when we see Louise put aside her chance to get all of the things that have been confiscated over the years to get Mr. Fran rehired. Somehow, again, she really shouldn't have any actual power. The B-plot is as funny as the main one. Bob gets in his own head and is now unable to flip burgers properly, which for someone who owns a burger restaurant is kind of a big deal. He ends up getting over it by getting into Jimmy Pesto's underwear, which is less sexual than it sounds. It's a really good episode. Bob hasn't had a day off from the restaurant in way too long, despite him and the family seemingly closing the restaurant every other episode for some misadventure. So the family ends up locking Bob out of the restaurant for the day and he goes off on his own, trying to find something to do. He eventually winds up at a sandwich restaurant, and after the restaurant gets busy, Bob steps in to help work. Which is kind of weird when you stop to think about it for a few minutes. Like, he didn't know this person before this episode, and now he just steps in to help make sandwiches. But at the end of the day, Bob tells the shop owner that family and taking time off is important and closes the restaurant for her so she can go on a date. Which is equally weird. You just met this guy and he doesn't work there, but yeah, let him close the restaurant for you. Really weird. But what is surprisingly nice is when Bob returns to the restaurant and he sees his family and thinks they're waving to him. It's actually really touching for a minute before he realizes they're waving over an ambulance. I don't know how well this episode really works. It's not incredibly funny and the plot seems kind of contrived. Lower end of the list. Jean is feeling misunderstood and feels a connection with a blob of algae that lights up and reacts to sound at night, but is ugly during the day. But one of the local yacht club owners has decided to have the algae bleached and killed because it looks ugly. So the kids spend the episode trying to keep the blob from being destroyed, which they mostly do. They get it away from the yacht club, but it ends up being eaten. It's the circle of life. One thing that I do kind of think is weird is when the kids say they're going to call the news and tell them, and the yacht club owner acts like it's too late. But I mean, I worked in local news for a bit, and they absolutely would have been all over that story. I don't know, there's not a lot to talk about with this episode. It's not the funniest, and that's kind of the only saving grace for the majority of Jean-centric episodes. They tend to be either super off the walls or emotional, but this episode doesn't really tick either of those boxes. Lower tier. I can see what this episode desperately wants to do, but I don't think it's very successful. It wants to comment about time and age crushing dreams and resigning to unhappiness out of complacency. But I don't think they do a good enough job exploring the older woman at the Marionette Theater's past to explain why she is the way that she is. It all comes down to just a few sentences while being fully confronted in the show's climax. It's a bit anticlimactic, which is kind of ironic. I guess it's nice to see Ron again, who hasn't shown up for a while, but for the most part, this episode doesn't really have much going for it. It's not funny, I'm not really invested in the story, and the B-plot, which revolves around a guy outside the restaurant handing out flyers, is pretty boring as well. low tier. This is upsetting because I really want to like this episode because it features Nick Offerman, aka Ron Swanson, as a former radio DJ, now a washed-up bowling alley attendant. Bob, the kids, and Clem Clemens, the radio DJ, end up locking themselves in the radio station and taking over the airwaves. And then, once they're finally kicked out, they steal a radio van and broadcast that way. It's kind of weird they don't get arrested for this, but whatever. And the subplot about sweet potatoes feels incredibly tacked on and serves no purpose on the larger scale. Another low-tier episode. So I remember having to do the mile run as a kid, and I absolutely hated it. So in that sense, I absolutely empathize with Gene. And the plan to sneak off during the mile run to get ice cream is a pretty funny concept for the episode. And while I don't know if the entire episode itself comes together, there are certainly some funny parts littered throughout. Tina running with her hands at her side and Jimmy Jr. running however exactly he's running are both funny. But I really don't like the subplot of Bob and Teddy getting into a fight after Teddy's phone dies while trying to help Bob get tickets to see Cake 2. It feels incredibly aggressive and out of character for Bob. Maybe that's the joke, I guess? That it's out of character for Bob to be this invested and attached to a show? If it is, I don't think it works, and if it's not, it's just a weird out of character episode for him. Below average. This episode introduces us to Linda's version of Jimmy Pesto, Colleen, a woman who's in the PTA. But honestly, she's barely in the episode as Linda spends time with Joanne, the perfect PTA president. But things unravel in an honestly kind of boring way. Despite it being a Linda-centric episode, she's much more reactionary than usual, and I don't think that really works super well for her character. We've seen Linda in strange situations before, but she never really waited for anything to happen to her. She was always the one to be proactive. Like when she gets stranded and talks a bus driver into accidentally driving her the wrong way. I'm not a big fan of the subplot where Bob tries to get on a hardware store owner's good side after he accidentally makes a joke about a parrot that's recently flown away. Yeah, it's as uneventful as it sounds. A very forgettable episode. A constant that we've seen throughout the series is how much Tina wants to get rid of Zeke so she can have Jimmy Jr.'s undivided attention. And now with Zeke facing going to disciplinary school, Tina is forced to make the decision to either help Zeke and stay invisible to Jimmy Jr., or help Zeke and keep the status quo. One is selfish, and the other is the adult decision. And the sweet baby boy Zeke deserves the adult decision. The episode revolves around Tina wrestling with that decision as they break into the school and erase Zeke's art. Tina does come around and helps them get out without being caught by Mr. Frond. In the other plot, Randy shows back up and films a scene for a new movie in Bob's restaurant. It's definitely the more forgettable of the two plot lines. The episode is alright, probably close to the middle of the road, maybe a bit below that. I almost don't want to say this, but Season 9 felt like a definitive step down from all of the previous seasons. I felt like the vast majority of these episodes were average at best. There were, of course, the standout one or two every so often, but even they weren't amongst the very top of the list. And I do want to reiterate that even the episodes of Bob's Burgers that I'm ranking lower are still good episodes of TV. The worst episode here is probably better than a lot of other shows. So when it sounds like I'm being negative, it's purely in comparison to Bob's Burgers. Anyway, let's hope the next season can pick it back up. This episode makes me borderline unreasonably mad at the kids. They've done a lot of thoughtless things throughout the series, but this honestly takes the cake. We know by this point in the series that Bob is terrible at buying Linda gifts for anything. But this time, Bob actually knocked it out of the park. You see, when Bob and Linda originally got married, Bob couldn't afford a ring. So he's finally saved up to get Linda a ring. It's super sweet. But when the kids find the ring in the usual gift hiding spot, it gets stuck on Gene's finger. And they then go to a water park where the ring falls off Gene's finger somewhere in the lazy river. So once they tell Bob and he bans the kids from his funeral, they call up Nat, the limo driver from a few seasons earlier, and head to the water park for a super futile search. Finding a ring at a water park could easily be a different way of saying finding a needle in a haystack. In the ending, with the ring ending up right outside the Belchers' window, but knowing they'll never find it is a weird note to leave it on. This episode is one of the few times that I think the kids do something that I would classify as irredeemable. That aside, it's an alright episode, probably a smidge below average. This episode feels like it's basically a paint-by-numbers episode of Bob's Burgers. Like, this is probably about as down the middle as an episode could get. Bob and Jean go to the woods to find a super rare mushroom that just so happens to grow in the woods around where they live. They, of course, find the mushrooms but are accosted by a couple of other mushroom hunters, and the mushrooms end up getting run over. It's not super exciting and doesn't feel like it really covers any new ground in terms of characters, plot lines, or jokes. The B-plot centers around Tina getting new glasses that are actually the right prescription, and Louise tricking her into believing that she's gotten supervision from the glasses. Not a big fan of it, honestly. I'd put this episode towards the bottom of the list. For some reason, the episodes that always have the most scheming and backstabbing tend to be the Thunder Girls episodes. And this is not an exception. After Tina lets Bob help her build a cardboard boat, despite the fact that Bob is terrible with tape for some reason, Tina finds out that Troop 257, Tina's arch cookie rivals, are using a boat with a propeller. But they're only trying to win so their troop leader can get promoted so that they can get better cookie routes. It's all about the cookies, you fool. It's always been about the cookies. But the only person who believes Tina right away is Bob, which really shows just how great of a father Bob really is. For the most part, I think the episode is fine. It's not offensively mediocre or anything. It just doesn't really do anything to make it stick out from any of the other Bob's Burgers episodes. That's probably just because Bob's Burger definitely has its format down and likes to execute on it. Alright episode, towards the middle-ish. So, do you remember much earlier in this video when I was talking about how I usually dislike weird, trippy dream sequences? Well, it turns out I hate trippy sleep deprivation pig ghosts even more, which is a sentence I would have never guessed I would have ever have written, but here we are, and we're all better people for it now. After Tina has dissected a fetal pig at school, she now believes she's being haunted by it, mostly because she kept having nightmares, is horribly sleep deprived because of that, and is now manifesting her visions outwards due to her exhaustion. And her exhaustion is really getting in the way of Tina's main goal this episode, to make out with Jimmy Jr. on the upcoming haunted hayride. In fact, she's so tired by that point that she even falls asleep like mid-makeout. It's kind of funny. As is how absolutely obsessed Linda is with Bob's huge ball of earwax in his ear, and she's also like weirdly sexual about it sometimes too. It's a pretty fun episode for the most part. I'd say it's probably middle of the pack, but this episode was nominated for an Emmy, so what do I know, I guess. Malls might be dying across this country, but that doesn't mean they are in the fictional world the Belchers are living in. So something I haven't brought up that I'm kind of curious about is how big is this town? There's kids there that don't know Tina, so is there a different school? And if the town is so big, why do we only see the same few kids? It just feels kind of weird, I guess. Anyways, the Belchers are at the mall and they're all having their own self-contained misadventures. Bob is shopping for pants, which somehow goes off the rails. Jean and Louise get those animal scooter things to ride around with, which somehow goes off the rails. Linda goes to a book reading, which somehow goes off the rails. And Tina pretends to be a sleeping boy's girlfriend, which goes about as well as you'd expect. It is pretty funny seeing Tina being unable to convince anyone that she's lying about dating the sleeping boy when she decides to tell the truth. But I think this episode just had a bit too much really going on to dedicate the time needed for any of the storylines, so it kind of suffers for that. An average episode. This episode brings back Hawk and Chick from much earlier in the series, and Louise gives us a new contender for worst things the kids or a kid has done in the Belcher family. But this time, in order to hold the film showing that she wants to, she forges a check for $1,000 that her family really doesn't have as a security deposit for the film. That adds a lot of stakes, especially when the actor who played Hawk steals the film and is going to cut part of it out due to embarrassment. Because many years ago, the actor had another actor cut out who he thought showed him up when it came to acting, and because of that, that man's career was destroyed. Overall, I think it's a pretty fun episode, and I'm ultimately happy that for once the universe didn't conspire against Bob and he was able to successfully return the film and avoid losing $1,000. I'd say it's the best episode of the season so far. This episode is perfectly fine, but it just feels like it's missing that extra it factor that makes an episode really great. Like, both storylines feel fine, they just feel like they could each use something a bit more. Bob and Linda are hanging out with a much cooler couple at a loft party, and they're obviously the least cool people there. And the kids are babysat by Jan, who is convinced to drive the kids around in her hot cousin's ice cream truck despite the roads being absolutely terrible. Man, they really might be better off just letting the kids home alone, which is a really, really low bar. Anyways, the kids end up stuck after the ice cream truck that doesn't have enough seats for everyone, let alone seat belts, spins out, and they decide it's too dangerous to drive. So Jen does the responsible thing. She takes the kids to an adult club where her hot cousin works, and Bob and Linda come to pick them up. It's a weird episode that's fine. Nothing spectacular, just run-of-the-mill. It's Thanksgiving again, and once again, the universe is conspiring against Bob to make sure he can't truly enjoy his Thanksgiving the whole way through. This time, the gas has gone out, so Bob is unable to cook like he normally would. But Bob has gotten a super special and hard-to-get turkey that he's desperate to cook to the best of his ability. So Bob does the next logical thing. He cooks the turkey over a fire in the alley. Of course, the fire department shows up and tells him to stop, but he refuses. They show back up later and the whole turkey catches on fire before the fire department sprays it down. Despite him thinking the turkey has been ruined, it actually ends up cooked perfectly. It's pretty funny seeing how down to burn stuff Louise is, and the episode itself is alright. Not the best Thanksgiving episode, let alone being a contender for the entire series. This episode is looking to confront the more annoying side of Gene and his desire to be in the spotlight, while also looking at what lengths Linda will go to support her children, and to project her desires onto them. More simply, Gene auditions for a play but absolutely bombs the audition by being Gene. And Linda gets him the part by promising to work as a stagehand and to sell a ton of tickets to the show. It's interesting seeing Gene deal with rejection in the arts for maybe the first time, and it goes kind of rough, honestly. But weirdly, Gene does end up saving the show at the end of the episode. I'm not really sure how I feel about this one. It feels like they're kind of being aware that Gene can be annoying sometimes, but they're also sort of saying that that's what makes the show work, and I agree to a point. I'd probably put this episode lower on the list. It's Christmas again, and Linda has gotten a part-time job at the post office, but she discovers a package that didn't get shipped for Christmas and decides that it's her job now to get that present delivered. Gene and Louise go with her after they realize that Tina got them better gifts than they got her, and Bob and Tina are left home to try and keep the peace between Gail and her and Linda's parents. This episode feels strangely grounded for a Linda story. She's really just trying to get a package delivered, which she eventually does. And it's pretty funny seeing all the lies that Gail tells her parents to make them think she's incredibly successful. Bob even calls and pretends to be the bank, saying that she has too much money. It's hilarious. This is really just the right amount of Linda's parents. They're in the B-plot and can be insane with each other. It's a pretty good episode overall. Gene has been spending a lot of time at a pawn shop playing on a drum machine, and now he's been kicked out and banned. So Louise and Tina get the other kids and prepare to go down to the pawn shop to be annoying and convince the owner to let Gene back in. I absolutely love how immediately down Zeke is when he found out someone was mean to Gene.
Who was mean to Gene? What did they do to my precious little lamb?
But what Louise wasn't expecting was that Gene wanted to go and talk to the owner himself. He didn't want someone else to fight his battles for him. I think this episode shows a lot of maturity from Gene, which is always nice to see. It's also kind of refreshing that he didn't straight up win the music competition against the owner. The kids and Bob and Linda don't always need to win in order to grow, and I think this shows that very nicely. He's even allowed to come into the pawn shop once a month to jam. The Teddy subplot where he takes a job at Jimmy Pesto's and really wants Bob to be jealous is also really funny. This is a really good episode, best of the season so far. The 8th graders are being paired with the 4th graders for a Big Fish, Little Fish mentorship. Tina had a very positive experience with her Big Fish when she was younger, so she's desperate to be on the other side of things this time. But Tina keeps going further and further in her attempts to not just connect with, but give her Little Fish the same experience. After she's let down many, many times, she decides that she's got to dump chili on her by accident and help her get out of the room without anyone seeing. There's not a lot of stakes aside from that in this episode. Gene really isn't in the plot, and Louise and Tammy just kind of coast by for the bulk of the episode. Tina episodes are good, but she works best when paired with someone she can bounce off of. The Jim subplot is pretty forgettable. Low tier episode. I don't know if we've had an episode where Louise goes off with a couple of her own friends and not her siblings. In that vein, it's a refreshing change of pace seeing Louise hang out with kids around her own age. Or at least one kid her age and a 5th grader. And one of the kids is making her first appearance in like 6 seasons. Remember the slumber party episode where Louise makes friends with one of her classmates? Well, she's finally back, and now the 3 of them are hunting Wharfie, a sea monster at the wharf. The episode could have had the same problem as the UFO episode, but this episode really isn't about Wharfie. It's about the friendships and bonding that we see from the trio of girls. It's rare that Louise connects with people like this, and it's nice seeing her just having fun. Jean and Tina are just enjoying Spirit Week and showing up wearing more and more outlandish outfits that are all pretty fun or funny. And Bob is having a life-changing experience with an online chef. It's a very good episode. So there's a common rule on the internet that you never let something be named by a contest because things will get gross very quickly. Mr. Frond has apparently never heard of anything like that and is allowing the kids at the school to compose a new school song. There's Jimmy Jr.'s accidentally sexual song, Tammy just naming all of the kids at school, Jean and Louise just saying pee pee poo poo, and Tina who's legitimately trying to write a nice song for the school. But Tina, despite being a prolific erotic friend fiction author, isn't great at writing songs. And apparently this episode also just says that Tina isn't great at writing, which seems like it's against her character a bit. I'm not a big fan of this episode. The B-plot revolving around Jimmy Pesto's new awning is forgettable at best. Low tier. Gail is putting on a class to teach people how to properly art. And it's about as weird as you'd expect. So Linda and Tina decide to attend undercover to try and alleviate some of the weirdness. But against all odds, Gail actually inspires someone who's attending to be more passionate and forthcoming with their art. In the B-plot, Louise and Jean are looking for a stray cat, or rather, they're having people look for a cat for them. It's pretty boring. I don't really like this episode. It's not super funny, and it's hard to get invested into the story. I mean, if Gail fails, that's not really any different than what's usually going on with her, so the stakes are lower than they act like in the show. Very low tier. This is another episode where Bob sort of faces down the possibility of his restaurant failing. But instead of working through it while catering a wedding, this time he's digging through the rotting corpse of another restaurant that has failed and is auctioning everything off. While there with the kids, they run into the restaurant's former owner, who's definitely not in a disguise, who's trying to steal, or take back, depending on how you want to view it, his father's flat-top grill. But he has basically no plan, as he proves again and again and again. Much like as Bob finds out how he ran his restaurant. He wasn't passionate about it and didn't know his father's recipes, which brings some relief to Bob. In the B-plot, Linda is obsessed with St. Patrick's Day and begins to dye everything, including the burgers, green, which sounds like it would look disgusting, but she ends up bringing in a ton of customers. It's an alright episode. It doesn't feel like there's a ton happening, and the connection they try to make between the former owner and Bob feels pretty tenuous. Below average episode. This episode brings back a character that I was really hoping they would again, Nat the limo driver. This is now her 3rd episode, and she's as fun here as she was the first 2 times. The Belchers are joining Nat for a road trip in her limo while she goes to return a snake to her ex-girlfriend's exotic animal farm. Bob is excited he doesn't have to drive for once. Jean once again has to deal with the fact that he's absolutely terrified of snakes. And Louise makes Tina get sick in order to stop at a weird roadside attraction. There's a lot going on, and despite the episode taking place in her limo, Nat still isn't really the main character of this story. But she does get some nice emotional growth in this episode, and at the end, Bob does end up driving the limo home, even though he was really happy to be able to relax on the way out. I really like this episode. How well Louise timed out her plan to stop at the attraction is hilarious, as is seeing Jean sprint away from the limo when he finds out there's a snake. I do feel bad for Bob in episodes like this where he gets the short end of the stick for absolutely no reason, but I think this is probably the best episode of the season so far. Ben Schwartz is back as Josh for the first time in a while, and that's probably the best thing I can think of with this episode. I don't really like either plotline going on in it, but the B-plot is probably the stronger of the two, and that's not usually a great sign for the episode as a whole. In the A-plot, Tina is at a tap dance show and Josh gets hurt when the platform he's supposed to step up moves. Tina suspects sabotage and goes through a whole thing of confronting a lot of people before they come to the realization that Josh just didn't lock down the platform. So that's something. In the B plot, Gene and Louise make competing burgers of the day, but they're both absolutely disgusting abominations. You'd think that with his love of food, even if he didn't fully grasp the finer aspects of cooking, Gene would understand what makes food good. But I guess that's kind of a minor gripe. I don't know, neither plotline really grabs my attention that much. Low tier episode.